hello, it's me, Raven. Welcome to a swoop. We are gonna be reading SCPs again tonight, or at least the one that we were trying to read yesterday, but is so freaking long. When I tried to check it scroll, it didn't feel like it was quite as long. So we broke it up when I knew I didn't have time to get into the next section, which was gonna be for sure longer than I wanted to be streaming because I needed eeps. But we're gonna pick it up again now. And if you weren't there for the end of the stream, we really just had, uh, you know, the 2-minute mysteries that we settled in there along with some redeems. So yeah, we were. Oh, I meant to do that. Feck. I say feck. I forgot a thing. Um, we've been doing the gaming streams in origami before that, so it's been a while since we had the usual redeems to do, and I just need to turn on a bloop and a bloop. Yay! Okay, I had turned off Stream Elements' little timers that remind people that I will do redeems between stories if you would like them, and I have remembered to turn them back on. There you go. Okay, I got rid of that. And now, I have done a small adjustment to hopefully help the OBS problems at least a little bit. But my guys, I will cry. OBS has been so mean to me. And I am quite certain it is OBS because it was the one that was freaking out a couple of ways that didn't quite make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, with that, we already got the comb twig. Ooh, should we do that now? It's always OBS. Well, I think it is. Like, for a while, people, the frame rate's dropping. It's the internet. And it's like, I don't know if my internet is the one that's just suddenly randomly dropping inconsistently. It didn't quite make sense that that's it, but I mean, maybe. And then, yeah, it felt like it was OBS, but I still technically don't know because it has not been properly definitively solved. But we know that I run, kind of cobbled together. Is what you get when you're streaming from a cage. A cave. I just saw cage in the chat. A cave in the magical forest. So things are gonna be not quite as smooth. But okay. So let's do comb twing and a couple things before I'll do a last time on to get everybody back up to speed on SCP-8141, which is what we're going to be starting in on, but we're going to be jumping in right in the middle. I am not locked up. I am not. I'm not in a little bird cage. I love cages. Your remotes are always so cute. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead with comb twing. I'll get rid of my freaking spoopy warning at the bottom there. We don't need that right now. What we need is the obviously, I am a bit of a wibbly mood right now, but that is why we have bread on the head. Hello, Toast. Oh, and I was chatting with people this time, so I forgot. But hello, Yar and Cage and Fett and the honk who is probably vamoosed still for a while. Behead. Yes, behead. How is everyone today? That is a very good question. How is everybody? I am scattered breadhead, so I think that says it all. But I'm gonna jump in on the comb twing while you guys can drop your little hello messages. Okay, here we go. There was comb twing. I think Twitch doesn't like you because it only buffers when it was. Honestly, I would not be surprised if that were true. It feels like I don't mean to be sad, but it do feel like nobody, or very few people, you guys like me. Feels like nobody likes me lately. Um, things are just, big big weird. Oh, what the heck is this? An announcement. What is an announcement? Vetster is a protected species, and as such, Lahonk has been given a ticket. Fines for 20,000 radioactive rivets. Yo, I want my lawyer. Good news, we do have a couple of lawyers, and I think you're dating one. I joke. Is our chat joke. There is a no mahonk. Confirm. I understand. We have a few different chat lawyers. You'll have a whole team, I'm sure. Oh, that's cute. Make this disappear, you say? Oh, silly. Okay, I'm going to pull out. I'm gonna pull out Herbert. Card dealing, scissors, brushes, sniffs, humming too. Wow, we want to do everything before we start reading, and I am on board for that. Um, whoop. I wanted to just get this, and then Herbert can come over here, and I twing. That's not what I meant to do. You get out of here. There. Better. Oh. Okay, we have a trigger word. I'll just read before we get Herbert going. Yargle's defense attorney. Yargles know the jargon. Oh, you mean jargon? Jargles? Okay. Um. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent, and that's what I fight for you, Albuquerque. Is that how that's actually spelled? I feel like that's okay. Better call Saul. And then Toast rolled abysmally, but had a marvelous riz. There you go. Legal disclaimer: Yar is not a lawyer. He just plays one on Twitch TV. That's cute. Your role basically explained your day. Oh, I'm sorry, your role was bad. But did you have all the riz to get out of it? Because your riz is very high. Riz is very respectable. Okay, I was going to. I gotta grab the frog. It's Herbert time. Anyway, here's not Wonderwall, it's Herbert. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Yar. The bots thought that was a link. Cause you use dashes next time instead of periods. I'm sorry. Punctuation matters. Dashes. We're a big fan of M dashes, I guess. Okay, I'm sorry. Herbert, return. Herbert will soothe you. Okay. I can't use spaces. He says using spaces. Oh. That works, but I've always done the dashes for those. Sounding out a word with dashes. I know that that's done in like a dictionary, but I've seen it, more other places they use dashes between the pieces. Al dash b dash k dash key. Yeah, that one. Okay. There was Herbert. Herbert gone, done, and sung. Um. Mask, hello. We may need you to be a lawyer for us. Cage gave LaHonk a fine, and then he wants to fight it. He asked for a lawyer, and Yar has stepped up. Hi there, my name is Alba, and this is the key to my cur. What the fuck, Cage? But Mask is a year old. We have a little toddler. Okay, Money Frows, thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm persecuting the goose. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're on the opposite sides. Is that what you're supposed to do? Oh, we like it. Okay. I'm so tired. So I may be a little bit. I love it, but also go the heck to bed then. Eep, you little shit. Take care of yourselves. Alibaba Yaga in the morning. No, LaHonk, you already got your lawyer Yar. And so I pulled in my lawyer. Ta-da! It is Emerald Lake v. LaHonk because Cage, officer of the law, gave you the ticket. There it is. You need a team. Then bring in the Shuckle. Bring in Shuckleman. I will prosecute in 3 to 5 business days, which here will take a few weeks. Okay, I was gonna do scissor snips, and then we were gonna get into humming. Maybe I don't know what I'll do. I'll do scissors. Hold on. I think I need to sharpen my scissors. That might happen. It's like, listen. It sounded mostly good, but I hear just a little bit of a stickiness. Good thing I have this funky sharpener, but I've never found that it does great with the scissors. It might not actually be for scissors, but I still use it for them. That sounds a little bit better. Okay. I think that like some glue from tape got on them, and that's what happened. So why did LaHonk need a fine for being Stinky Wiley? Yeah, it was the violent part. Was threatening Fett, and Cage said Fett is a protected species or something. Go find that announcement again. That's not against the law. He didn't even get to suplex Fett. Yes, because the officer of the law stopped him. It was an attempt. Still not legal. Okay, shut up now. Listen to scissors. Okay, here we go. No scissors. Who suplexes others? Because no one has suplexed in here successfully. We don't have suplex. We don't have it. But others have attempted. But only this one has been caught and given the fine. Probably because they had eyes on him, because he's been very violent otherwise. Alright. I think I'm gonna do sniffs and humming. Here we go. Espacio. There was your sniffs. Boop-a-doop. What's going on? What is going on? Why was this one enforcement, not the others? Because there was a cop on you? I don't know. But, oh, no. Fett was under protection. Clearly, a northern spotted owl. Endangered species. My detective is still gathering evidence and preparing witnesses. Clearly, not even I knew of that. I bet my client has his... You don't have to know that it is endangered. It is just what has to happen. Boop, 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 boop. Because then otherwise people could just say, well, I didn't know. And they're like, oh, you didn't know? Well, then I guess you're allowed to murder. What? Not even I mask. I believe we have a case, but maybe we settle for 5,238 ribbit payout and keep it out of court. Make it 2,000. Oh. Poor little dog. Okay, how about this little honk? I'll hum. I'll do hummings. We'll do hummings next. We did the goose a lot last night. Oop. No, Alright. Okay. Geez, all the frowns in the throat. I blame my my caffeinated drink over here. What was I doing? I was gonna do another song. Okay. my voice is just with the throbbing in my throat. It feels like I want to go way low. I'm having troubles. I'm done. I'm done humming because my voice is being uncontrollable. Yes, that's fair. He should not have brought a gun into the court. But we must endure all this goes away. Ironically, if you want us to cut it out, we shall. Okay. It's fine. It's good. Little pouty goose run away. Yeah. Okay. We have brushes and card dealing, and then we're gonna jump into SCP, okay? I think I will go with brushes first. Let's do brushes. Okay, taking out the top. Unique. Okay, hold on, I mute. Hold on. Okay. Is Mr. L.A. Honk, is it? Good luck getting him to admit guilt, I gotta say. We're gonna move the mic, so hold on again. I may have let my mic hit the table. It was not good. Oops. But okay. Is that a gun boy? Okay, don't turn it down. Okay. Well then, go ahead, and we will see you again soon. You have until Cage gets back to get Wahonk to admit guilt, or else deals off the table. Okay. Card deal. Never. I knew it. Okay, here we go. Paige, can you bonk that bot, please? Get them out of here, motherfucker. Alright, hold on while we move the mic back. Oh, sorry, I thought the mic was back on. It was not. Alright, thank you for giving that band fet. Alrighty. Next up. Wow. Of course, the goose assist. Of course. Of course. Mm. But okay, everybody. I mean it. We are doing SCPs now. None more of redeems for a while. Got very long SCP to read. The Wookiees have no relevance over this. But we will wait for Kate to get back for further discussion. I think that is relevant. Alright, so where we were last on this SCP, basically we are getting the info on Dr. Udo Okori, whom we have read about in other SCPs. She pops up. We learned that she is a thaumaturge and she has abilities with sand. She can make sand do stuff, and then she's got other stuff, but this is very relevant. That's the most leading thing. She got 2 girlfriends that work with her, and one of them wrote one file, and the other one wrote another file that gives some of the info about her, how her magic do working, and how she's like this and like that, and she's got her glowy orange eyes, and she realizes at some point after one of these incidences that, you know, the SCP Foundation, the various incidences happen. Keep her away from Anakin. Yes. So she realizes I'm not human. Oh boy. Well, not fully. And then there's like an amnesty afterwards where they're like, yeah, you can tell us if you've got magic and you were scared too. We'll only punish you a little bit. Well, amnesty's supposed to be no punishment, but they punished her a little bit, which is on par with the SCP Foundation, how fucked up they is. But anyway, she realized it, and she says, well, I told you, but do you think we could research it and find out what the hell I am, who the heck my mom is, and what's all that about? And they say, you know what, sure, but it'll have to go through this and whatever. And you can't do it through your way. Yeah, because, you know, you lost. Yeah, okay. And she starts to go down that road. And she gets permission to go to the Wanderer's Library, and they let her in and they're talking to her a little bit. I do that. Okay. They let her in, and we're talking to this big old millipede, the 8th archivist brain. This is why I'm bred. And they tell her, yeah, I know your mom. What? And then it's through this door, the place where your people's is, and they lead her through the door. Meanwhile, she's the only one there, and the Foundation, of course, want to be able to monitor, keep tabs, be prepared to do whatever they need to for safety and control, because they like that. And so she created out of sand and other stuff, but mostly sand, a implant for her brain that will monitor her brain functions, audio visual processing, and basically send it out so that it can be recorded, so that without being there and without having other tech gadgets that will be picked up on by people, it'll be more direct, just right in her brain. They're probably not going to mess with it because it's her brain. Way to monitor the situation. One problem with that stuff is that it very slowly feeds stuff back sometimes. Think about how sometimes a traumatic event, you maybe need more time to process what happened. Well, that's very relevant because she goes into the door and it's immediate chaos and very little information. Then she's missing for 8 days. Her girlfriends are worried. And she comes back and she immediately says, I don't remember nothing, but send people to this place. And both her girlfriends go to that place to try and stop whatever attack she's somehow aware of. And then, oh, thank you, Turtle Boy. Hi. I will do those after I finish my summary. So she's gonna try and work that out. But she doesn't know what's going on, and slowly more stuff goes through from her little implant to people that were monitoring, and so they're starting to put more together. They can see she saw a lady, and this lady was kind of aggressive and mean, and she had been almost dying in sand. It was a trap. And then she met another lady, and oh, that was actually my mom. And we see this big old kingdom, and wow, they're pretty powerful. And she's trying to process everything, and she's slowly getting around to understanding stuff. And the next thing is that she just was talking to the person that took her job, and kind of says well, they're way more powerful than me with magics, but I don't think they know science, and they don't really know the kind of general thaumaturgy like I was trained. They know specifically their sand shit, and they are very good because it's all they know, and they live in it and such. But yeah, I think we could get the upper hand, even though they're very dangerous and very powerful. I think we could, actually, we got some stuffs to do. And so she kind of vaguely makes that plan, and then that transcript ends. And the next thing we're gonna read is another big old transmission. It looks like further transmissions from her implant, the Omni. And we're going to understand even more what happened. Looking back at names, yes, her mother is Aphora. She calls Okori Kalila. She's like, that's your true name. She's like, no, it's not. Very classic. And then there was another woman that, it's alluded to that she is another daughter, or at least someone that thinks she's in close to this queen lady, Aphora, that is mom. And I think it's Savara. I was trying to scroll to find it, but she's not in this next one, at least for a while, it seems. But yeah, that's the people that are likely to pop up in this transmission. And yeah, let's do the stretch and posture check. Thank you, Turt. I would do those. Okay, big stretch. Oof. Whoa, I felt that in my shoulder. Okay. Ooh, all right. And head right. And I was not shrimping yet, but I could put more effort to avoid further shrimp attempts later. So here we go. I'm gonna go right into a lurk here. I've been sleeping bad these last few days and I had to get up early. Oh, then go eep. Yes, you poor little bean. Oh, pigger. Okay, here's your little cozy. Go bed. Eat well. Oh, I did it. Oh, well, that didn't work. I I ducked a turret into bed. Oh no. I figured it out. I fixed it. Don't worry. I forget the nut. I forgot the nut. I fixed it. It's okay. It's better. Oh jeez, what the hell is my bitrate doing? It's not dropping, but it is doing a big old wibble. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably gonna be awful and nowhere near fine, but this is fine. Okay. Alright. Please settle in and eat. No, we assured the administrator nothing will go wrong. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. But I will begin reading again, not just summarizing. So, Addendum 814110. Oh wait, I forgot to put the thingy up. I have some organizational with this stuff. I'm just slow and forgetful. Bread brain. Alright. Addendum 814110. Further transmissions 3. So I guess there's in total 3 transmissions that this catches up on, or they mean like this is the third one of the transition. I don't know. The next Omni transmission arrived less than an hour after the last, though it was considerably more artifacted and required more significant reset intervention to decode. So it was really hard to process this and send it out. Maybe that's because when Okori got back, the implant was turned to just dust, sand. And so maybe mom noticed it and started to degrade it, or maybe more trauma is about to happen. So there's your little warning that this could be more scary. But anyway. Took more effort to decode. A transcript is appended below. Transmission begins. Dr. Okori is walking down a wide, raised thoroughfare. Buildings rise up from the distant cavern floor to tower over her on both sides, with the palace in the far distance. Aphora walks to the left and slightly ahead. This is picking up from before, where Mom opened up the city of Af, and we're going into it. The road is cracked, and portions have fallen away into the darkness below. Various presumed citizens of Af are engaged in repair work. Some move their hands to direct and compact the sand, while others are barely paying attention, though their eyes flash in tune with the particulate sheets that weave across the path. Though the chromatic errors in the Omni transmission are considerable, it seems likely that the citizens possess a variety of skin and hair tones, suggested of a cosmopolitan modern population. Many of them turn to watch Dr. Okori and Aphora as they pass. The queen gestures to each, smiling as she speaks. Yes, okay, I focus. Aphora, we are making it whole again, as you can see. Dr. Okori, sure. Aphora, you know why? Dr. Okori, nope. She's clearly done with you, Mom. Aphora glances disapprovingly at her. You're not a very good anthropologist. Okori, actually, I think polite disinterest is one of the better anthropological. And then interrupting, Aphora is suddenly hissing in rage and stops walking. Her eyes flash brightly enough to momentarily disrupt the transmission. Several citizens watch with alarmed expressions. You're not going to speak to me that way. This is my domain. Domain? Yeah. It will swallow you up if you mock me again. Whew. So because she's talking about it in a smarty way, was she even actually mocking you, or did you just feel threatened by her intellect, Aphora? We have some reason to believe that Mom, Queen Aphora, is a little bit shitty. A little bit very shitty. But okay. Dr. Okori shrugs. Aphora glares at her a moment longer, then leans back. Her eyes dim to their natural ambience, and she sighs. You have questions of your own. You might as well ask them. They resume their walk, and Okori says, What is this place? Aphora, don't you know you came from the library? Okori, I spoke with the archivist. He knew where this place was, but he didn't know what it was. Aphora, this is the oldest city on Earth, and the greatest. One of the structures ahead begins to topple over. Two citizens raise their hands as though to shield themselves from the debris. The fall is arrested, and the citizens press the structure back into place without ever coming within a dozen meters of it. Okori, doesn't look so great to me. Aphora smiles ruefully. The skin has decayed, but the bones are strong. I thought you, of all people, would have learned to see beyond superficial qualities. Okori, what do you know about me, of all people? Aphora, I know you are my daughter, Kalila. Okori, my name is Udo Okori. My parents' names are Anjali and Obi. A smile tugs at Aphora's lips. Aphora, how is Obi? Okori, dead, not that you care. Aphora shrugs. True. Okori, so tell me what's so great about this city. Aphora, it is the rock that broke the tide of the Deva, the home of the sorcerers who shaped the world. You have seen it in your dreams, everyone has, but for most it is only distant, unreachable. This is the city at the heart of the human imagination. Okori, okay, now explain it to me like I'm a scientist, not a child. Aphora, to me you are but a child. What you call science, I call a shallow facade on squalling ignorance. You are the best of a debased breed. Sounds like you don't actually understand the science of it. You just slough it off as like, oh, it's magic, it's fine, probably. I know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. Okay, yeah, sure, lady. All right. Okori says, by which you mean humanity? The debased breed, I guess. Aphora, nothing the humans of this world have wrought will last as long as this city. What they call eternal in Rome, I call the blink of an eye. And the pontiff on this balcony might command a mighty flock, but his power to shape their hearts... The pontiff on his balcony might command a mighty flock, but his power to shape their hearts and minds is minimal and meaningless. My people, our people, have defined the very contours of reality. From here, from these stones, beneath these sands. Aphora again raises her hands reverently to the cavern roof. It shudders suddenly. It shudders apparently in response. Trickles of sand tumble hundreds of feet down. The mycomancers on the roadway catch them, weaving their grains into the repairing breeze. Dr. Okori, it's a good pitch, somewhat undercut by, as you acknowledge, the fact that all of this is hiding beneath God knows how much sand. Aphora, I am that God. I know every inch of this place. I am the one who sunk it to its present depth, and it is with good reason that I do not allow my knowledge to become general. The powerful make powerful enemies. Okori, how did you sink the city, or raise the roof? Aphora, why can't you mean? Okori sighs. I mean what I say. One of us has to be plain spoken. How did you do it? Aphora, that's precisely how. Okori, meaning? Aphora, to you it is a million tons of sands. To me it is the roof. A single thing. Okori, that's not how mycomancy works. Aphora, don't mistake your halting, inadequate gestures for the true expression of our art. I could spread your every atom to the farthest corners of the earth with a single thought. I wouldn't even need to raise my hand or my voice. You are a babe in the woods. Okori. I'm surprised you have that metaphor. Aphora. I'm well traveled. I'm sure the archivist told you that, at least. Okori. He did. And he also told me your people come here rarely. Seems to me there's a bunch of them here right now. Why? Aphora stands taller. They're at my command to welcome you. Okori. That's nice. What's the real reason? Aphora's eyes narrow. I think I've had just about enough of your insolence. You're a guest in my city. You should act like it. Meaning you're upset that she knows you're full of shit. Aw, get over it. Oh, Corey, if you're my host, I think a real tour is in order. Show me the sights, the major landmarks. Aphora, that's not something I have time for right now. I'm preparing for the main event. Okori, which is? Aphora, you'll see. You'll be the guest of honor, in fact. Okori, why does that sound like a euphemism for sacrifice? Aphora shakes her head. No, Kalila, I am done with sacrifice. Okori, doesn't seem to me like you ever even started. Aphora, now we come to it. Okori, why do I exist, Aphora? Aphora, I didn't love your father. The fuck does this... What? Left turn? There's silence on recording, and then Okori says, what? Aphora, you are not the product of a loving union. If it helps, he didn't love me either. Okori, of course he didn't. He only knew you for however long it took. What a stupid... Okori laughs. Is that what you think I came here for? To find out if you and my dad experienced true love at first sight? Jesus Christ, you think I'm an imbecile? Aphora shrugs stiffly. I don't know what to think of you. I had expectations, but... Okori, I'm sure we're both equally disappointed. Aphora, I didn't say I was disappointed, only surprised. Okori, great, good to know. Okori raises her voice. A citizen engaged in recrenelating the roof of a structure which leans precariously over the top of the roadbed starts in shock, then quickly regains her composure and returns to her task. Why do I exist? What was the purpose of procreating with a total stranger? Oh, okay, Toast. Go, go, go. Eep. Take care. Eep well. We will see you when we see you. I do not think I will be streaming tomorrow. I think I will have to not stream tomorrow. But I will be back as soon as I can be back. So you just go eep. Go take care. Alright, what was the purpose of, well, why'd you fuck a random person? Why'd you fuck my dad? Okay, Aphora gestures to the figures swarming the path ahead of them and says, there's only a few hundred of us left, and most of those are kin. Strangers are the only option. Okori, you're circling the question, why have children at all, and why with my father? Aphora glances at Dr. Okori, a sly smile on her lips. Aphora, and why not keep you? Okori, sure. Aphora, I could tell what your father was the moment I laid eyes on him. I could see the power within. That's why they sent him. In Black Alligata, nobody gets in the way of a wizard. Of course, I wasn't afraid of him, but I was curious. Okori, about? Aphora, what might come of such a union? My power and his combined, the mixing of our blood. Our people are not many, Kalila, but they will survive. They must, and if we are to do that, we must continue to evolve. Okori, so I was a science project. Aphora, yes. Okori, you must have been unconcerned with the results. Aphora, because I left you with him? Hardly. I know what people are like out there. You dote on your young. You spare no expense in their upbringing. You were safer with him than you would have been with me. Okori, what were you doing that was so unsafe? Aphora looks up at the cavern ceiling. I've walked in gardens of decaying uranium and trod paths of lightning through empty air. I've slept in the boughs of iron trees 10,000 kilometers tall and danced naked in the spined arcades of Algada. Your father had a nice little cottage in Yorkshire. Oh, is Akori British this whole time? I didn't know. I don't think that's it. She says, no. Okay, I'll just continue as I am. I can't. Dr. Okori shakes her head. I don't think that's it. Aphora turns her head again. Her eyes are gradually brightening, though her tone remains calm. And then we have a photo that is POI 81411, aka the Queen, aka Mom, aka Aphora. It's a somatic imagery, so this is one of the images. Like this is just a still of this video that has come through for the whole memory thing. And what I'm seeing kind of looks like a river, honestly. I'm not sure. We've got some funkiness. It's always really hard because it's just really squiggles. Very difficult to fully understand. But we see kind of like some buildings at the back that are very tall. Maybe some archways and stuff a little bit closer. And then it does look kind of like there's like a canal, a little river. A very man-made little thing because it looks like that's darker and I think that's supposed to be waves. I don't know. And then right up close we have Mom, I suppose, in her little hooded dress. No sleeves, but little hood. And yeah. Kind of what you might expect here in a little deserty city. I would probably still expect sleeves, but hot probably. Okay. So there she is, maybe at a river. Can we pick back up? Aphora says, are you calling me a liar? Okori, maybe. There's definitely more to it than that, I think. Okori snaps her fingers. There's a brief burst of light. Aphora looks momentarily surprised. Okori, of course, it wasn't enough to have your child with a thaumaturge. So her snapping created some light, but I don't think that is supposed to normally do that because, whoa, Okori didn't notice or care. It didn't look like she was just trying to make magic. She was just like thinking like, aha, you know. And then her mom was like, well, oh no, for a moment. Okay. But Okori, of course, it wasn't just enough to have your child with a thaumaturge. You wanted me trained as one too. You knew that was the only logical outcome. Aphora, I also considered that they might put you in a box, actually. How did it go, by the way, when you told them what you really are? There's silence on recording. And Aphora continues, don't make that face. I know you told them. There isn't an ounce of guile in you. Okori, they weren't happy, but I'm still free. Aphora, you were still free, but now you're here. They have reached a fork in the road. One path is covered in debris, but intact. The other has collapsed down into the abyss. Aphora stops, and Dr. Okori stops as well. The workers have not made it this far yet. They are alone. Hello, Prime Spot. Thank you for these. I will hydrate right away. Thank you, thank you. Okay. We had a stretch not terribly long, but I don't whatever. I was saying, I don't want to ever miss that. Very good for you. Oh, that was a chair, not me, but a big crack. Okay. And now make sure I do not shrimp. Okay. You were free, now you're here. They reached a fork in the road. They're alone. Nobody else is here. You want to know why you exist? Aphora asks. Aphora taps her foot on the roadbed. This is why you exist, to find me here today. Okori, why? Why now? Aphora, because we are leaving, Kalila, never to return. Okori, where are we going? Aphora, where they can't touch us for a time. Okori, who? Who can't touch us? Aphora, I think you know. Okori, the gift Schreiber? Aphora, think bigger. There's silence on the recording, and then Aphora continues. Two hinges on the door to oblivion, an airless void between worlds, blacker and emptier than the never-meant. Okori. That's where we're going? I think I'll pass. I've been in void space before. It's nothing to write home about. I mean, that sounds interesting to see once, but yeah. After that, you're like, Aphora. The place you call home will no longer exist. Your true home will endure, and you with it. Okori. What? I thought you said we were leaving. Aphora. Yes, all of us. Together. She taps her foot on the sand for emphasis again. Here. Okori. Here? You mean the city is going through that door? Aphora. You cannot cross the abyss without a vessel. We will be the first to depart, but not the last. There will be 3. Okori. 3. 3 cities? Aphora. Not quite. You'll see on the other side when we start over. Dr. Okori looks away. Across the cavern, a vast fall of sand pours from the ceiling into a thin red frame, forming a new structure where an old one has fallen. Okori. I have no intention of humoring you on this. Aphora. I'm excited to see how you intend to resist. You saw what I can do on my own. Would you pit yourself against all of us together? Dr. Okori turns to face Aphora again. If you're all so powerful, why keep running? Why not fight back? Aphora. Why bother? Okori. You could save the world. Aphora grins. So what? Okori. So what? Aphora. Yes. Aphora advances on Dr. Okori. This time the latter does not retreat. Aphora continues. What's so special about this world? If you'd seen what I'd seen, you wouldn't even be able to articulate an argument for preserving such a barren backwater. You'd be too embarrassed. What a sad, lightless pit you live in. A pit within a pit. Okori, you should talk, considering they live literally in a pit under the sand. Okori gestures at the empty streets. The lights are off and nobody's home. Aphora, they will return, and soon. Okori, just long enough to tuck their tails between their legs and leave 8 billion people to die. Aphora, they always die, daughter. Universal entropy is only tragic once. The second time, it's boring. Silence on recording. Okori says then, I'm not your daughter. Aphora, you're our future. You're going to do something astonishing, I think. Okori, and what's that? Aphora, you're going to be the grandmother, perhaps even the mother, of the one who puts an end to our long flight. With a few millennia of practice behind your belt, you might give us the child who can match the monsters at last. Okori, I'm not waiting. We're going to stop them here. Dr. Okori taps the roadbed for emphasis. Okori, in this world, my friends and I, we're going to save everyone. Aphora, everyone is already dead. Your friends are already dead. There's silence on the recording, and then Aphora continues. You want the tour? Savara will show you around. I knew she would be here. And you and I can speak later about what it is you saw. Okori, who is Savara? Aphora, you're the scientist. You figure it out. Transmission ends. So we don't get a confirmation of why Savara is being so sassy, but I do think she's going to be another one of the daughters or someone that wanted to take the next in line, but, instead we have Okori that's supposed to be, Okay. But that's the end of that transmission, that addendum. We're going to go back to the present, which is Okori back with people and actually talking with Foundation people. All of that is all memories that we've been reading, those transmissions. All right. Addendum 814111, Etra Consult. In light of her recovered memories and the above revelations, Dr. Okori requested and received a consultation with Dr. Sokolsky. A transcript of their meeting is appended below. I thought we already met Sokolsky. Is this like a new file photo? I'm gonna scroll. I'm doing it. I'm gonna go all the way back up. I could have swore we already talked to Sokolsky, so why would there be a new file photo? And why is this not scrolling fast? Stop being a dick. Yeah, okay, so we had that photo of Sokolsky. So now we're just getting his file photo. Whatever. Oh my gosh, why are you being so annoying? He was the one that is at the head of this. He's the one that she turned to say, yeah, so I'm not really totally human. So we're back with him again. But transcript is just the two of them back at the same place. But okay, transcript begins. Dr. Sokolsky sits in his office in Achromatic Abatement Facility, AAFA. Dr. Okori remains standing at the head of his desk. Dr. Sokolsky, you looking to lose another security clearance level? Let me get ahead of it. You don't need to tell me about every new magic power you develop. I probably already know. Wow, okay. And then there's a photo of Dr. Sokolsky, his file photo, which does look a little bit different from his other photo, I think. It looks like a black and white photo with him in a black t-shirt with a black background, so very floating head-esque. Bald man. No beard or nothing. Yeah, anyway, okay. Okori says, what? No, we need to talk about AF. Sokolsky, okay, what about it? Okori, it needs to be destroyed. Sokolsky nods thoughtfully and says, it needs this, we need to do this, or you want us to do this. Okori, all of the above. Sokolsky, I'm going to need a pretty spectacular rationale for all of the above. Okori, they're working with the Giftschreiber or the Schriftsteller. I don't know either of these things. Dr. Sokolsky raises an eyebrow. I don't see that anywhere in the tape so far. Quite the contrary, in fact. Okori, you're watching those? Sokolsky, who exactly do you think you're talking to? Okori, I can say the same to you. If you're monitoring that file, you know things are coming back to me bit by bit. Sokolsky, yeah? Probably my all-time least favorite method of exposition. I don't have time for piecemeal. Tell me what I need to know. Actually, no. Tell me everything, and I'll sift out the stuff I need to know, and then I'll do the right thing. I don't really need recommendations. Okori, you saw what she said. She knows about the rogue cryptomancers. Sokolsky, so do I. That doesn't make me one of them. Okori, that kind of intimate knowledge. Sokolsky, you haven't shown intimate knowledge, neither in the Omni shorts or what little you've been able to remember. Okori, I just know it's true, okay? Trust me. Sokolsky, no? Dr. Okori sighs. Even if you don't believe me on this, what I can prove is just as damning. They've got the same powers I have, only instead of a slipshod foundation training, they're steeped in the traditions that gave them those powers in the first place. They can put out the sun with a storm of red sand. They could shift the continents under my feet, spin the earth backwards on its axis if they took a mind to it. Sokolsky, and your advice is to aggress against these people. Okori, not in a way that leaves any room for response. Burn them down to the bedrock. Wow, okay. Big violence. Sokolsky, but that only makes sense if we can't get them on our side. And so we swing back around. If they're hell-bent on the crypto crusade, like you insist, why haven't we seen any sign? The Giftschreiber and the Schriftsteller have been moving against us constantly since Operation Firebreak began. The Hammer's been up to her pointy nose in mimetic terrorism for over a year, and even with everything Zwist taught her and her own beautiful mind, it's still more than one woman can handle. And there's a footnote that says references to Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, the Hammer, SCP-6382, and their present assignment to thwart cryptomatic threats to Global Foundation operations. But he continues, I think we'd have heard of if the bad guys had added magical sandblasting to their arsenal. Okori, they've been waiting. Sokolsky, for what? For you? Okori, no, I don't matter to them. Sokolsky, then what? Okori, they've been waiting to see which side is going to win. And there's some silence, and then she says, that's sand for you. Any which way the wind blows. Sokolsky, maybe we could get them to blow our way. Okori, maybe they'd tell you to blow them. Dr. Sokolsky snorts. Yeesh, you used to be the innocent one. Okori, none of us have ever been innocent. We've been complicit in this from day one, and from what I've seen, day one was a long, long time ago. But there aren't that many days left in the calendar. We need to do something about this, Dr. Sokolsky, and we need to do it soon. Sokolsky, gotta say, I'm a lot more interested in, and worried about, the implication that these people come from an entire other universe that doesn't exist anymore. You remember anything new about that? Okori, no, sorry, if I ever knew, I don't anymore. It's possible they took those memories from me. Sokolsky, you'll keep me posted. Okori, or you'll see it in the magic news feed with the rest of us. Sokolsky, you might have an easier time making your case if you could point to a time where these people actually followed through on the cataclysmic import you're ascribing to them. Okori, I wish I could, but I can't tell you what I don't know. Sokolsky, so I should just call up my buddies with the orbital kill stat and have them dig us a new gate to hell on spec? That is what you're suggesting? Even though I asked you not to suggest anything? Okori, that's right. Sokolsky, we don't even know where the city is. Okori, no, but I can find out. Sokolsky, how do you know? Okori, because I've been a stranger all my life, everywhere I've gone. That feeling has never left me. I can't put it in rational terms, but after what I saw there, I know I'll be able to find my way back home one last time. Transcript ends. But we're gonna get into yet another flashback to whatever the heck happened in Sandland. Okay. Addendum 814112, further transmissions 4. It was 7 hours before the next Omni transmission arrived. Contextually, either Dr. Okori must have ceased recording in order to preserve her energy, or the Omni itself was malfunctioning. So it skipped ahead, I guess. A transcript of the new transmission is appended below. Transmission begins. Dr. Okori is climbing a steep incline in the cavern wall. She turns her head and the entire scope of the city is visible spread out below her. From this vantage point, it is clear that AF is entirely denuded of flora and only very sporadically populated. Very few people and absolutely no plants. The lights have been dimmed in an approximation of night, revealing that there are not very many of them, and they are primarily clustered together around the recent roadwork. Dr. Okori turns back to the almost sheer path and grunts with effort as she hauls herself up further. They're headed up a mountain, and it's very steep. Hair and sweat temporarily obscure the Omni feed, and a voice speaks. It's Savara. She'll kill me if you die, you know. Okori, don't see how that's my problem. Dr. Okori turns to see that Savara is standing beside her, feet hanging over empty air. She is held aloft by a bright cloud of sand. She is scowling. She's freaking flying on a little sand. Oh my gosh. Okay, Savara says, "Where are you going?" And then there's a photo. We have POI 81412 somatic imagery as the caption. And we just have what I assume is Okori's arm rest against a wall, a mountain edge probably. And then I guess Savara kind of floating just like, the fuck's wrong with you? In her dress. It's like same kind of yellowy, same shape as mom, but the hood is not up. And we've got a background that looks very blurry, very hard to tell anything of what's going on. Probably because we are up in the air. Thank you for the follow, Arctic188. Thank you very much. We have a tradition of dropping some little dances, so go ahead and drop some dance emotes, folks, to welcome in Arctic. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okori then says, one of the whatever they are told me about the hydroponics in another cavern layer above the main one. I wanted to see. Savara, wanted to see if there's a way out, you mean? There isn't. Okori, what? Me leave? When you've made me feel so welcome? Savara, you've made us feel real welcome too. Okori, on Earth, you mean? Yeah, still not sure I believe any of that. Savara, no skin off my nose. Dr. Okori is continuing to climb. Savara follows her without apparent effort and says, I can understand wanting to take a look. I can't understand doing it manually. Are you really so unaccomplished? Genetics alone ought to have carried you farther. Okori, I don't trust my talent down here. Too many others could interfere. Savara, or augment. Okori, who'd want to do that? Savara, we aren't your enemies. Okori, you certainly don't act like my friend. Savara, I'm not. Dr. Okori has reached the cavern roof. Savara moves to the stairs behind her, and they move single file through a thick layer of sandstone into a sudden burst of foliage. Oh damn, there be plants finally! The gardens of Af spread out before them, kilometer on kilometer of plant life, reaching up to and framing the second cavern ceiling. Water falls through slots in long, gray stone channels, fed by a constant flow from above. Dr. Okori stops briefly to catch her breath and then says, What the fuck? Savara, Okori, why so damn much? She begins moving down the red sand-paved pathways running between the nearest planters, vast and verdant. She trails her hand over the miniature aqueducts and laughs. Okori, there's enough growing here for 100 times the city's population. If what I saw downstairs is anything to go by. And I'm sure it is, because that was all a big display put on for my benefit. Savara shrugs. Maybe this is too. Maybe it's all to impress you. She just put it in last week, after all. Maybe you're just that fucking important. Okori stops walking. Last week? Then there's silence on recording. Okay, so you and I got off on the wrong foot. Let's work on that. Savara. Oh boy. Okori. What do you do for fun around here? Savara looks away and says, glass blowing competitions? Okori. Really? Savara. Really? Okori laughs. Okay, you got me. Now answer the question. Savara. For fun, I would suggest leaving. Okori. That tour's the next best thing then, I suppose. What should we see first? Savara walks further down the leafy path, running her fingers along the edge of a long, flat frond, and says, This is a waste of time. Okori. Yours, mine, or both? Savara. Both. I don't care about making you feel welcome, and you're not going to see anything worth writing home about. Okori. Why is that? The second part, I mean. Savara looks back at Dr. Okori. I've seen every inch of this city. I've known it all since I was a small girl. The bones are strong. I'll bet she told you. Okori nods. Savara continues, There's nothing left but bones. The vultures have picked it all clean. Okori, what vultures? Savara, the rest of them. They've taken everything of value away, or else let it fall apart. You'll find nothing real but ruins here. Dr. Okori approaches her, hands outstretched in supplication, and says, "Then show me the ruins. What a people were is almost important as what they are." Savara grimaces. "But that's just it. These people were, and now they aren't. Our home is nothing but sand and dark. The people of Af are scattered across the great tree, wandering the plains, reading and writing and changing things to suit themselves. They don't care for themselves anymore. And they care less for where they came from. They've grown apart from their city, and it hasn't grown at all in their absence. It's not their home or anybody else's anymore." Okori says, "It's yours." Savara rolls her eyes, but Okori continues, "Can you tell me how many there are, the people of Af?" Savara, "Maybe 100 at one time. There were thousands. There used to be children, but..." Savara's expression grows distant. "We grow weary of worldly things like hearth and family and the long cold of waning years." Okori, "That sounded like a quotation." Savara's lip curls. "Mother dearest." Okori, "What does it mean?" Savara, "Immortals. You know, it all gets a bit samey after the first few lifetimes." Dr. Okori's heartbeat is now particularly audible on the Omni feed, so she's kind of panicking, I guess. "They're immortal?" Savara, "Certainly seems like it. They think so anyway. Lots of ways to tell, but the most obvious is that they mostly can't stand each other. That's why they seek new shores, newer experiences, fanning out and only rarely coming back together. You won't see them again after the ritual." Okori, "Can you tell me more about that ritual?" Savara, "No." Okori, "More about the people then." Savara sighs. "How are you not sick of that yet? I'm sick of it, and I live here." Okori, "Indulge me." Savara, "Fine. They're sand magicians like you and me. They've been to places you can't even imagine. They'll tell you about them if you ask. After the ritual, they might even take you there, if the queen allows it, but they won't tell you anything about themselves." Okori, "Why not?" Savara, "Because they don't know anything about themselves. So if you came here to learn something about who you are, you're going to be even more disappointed. Talk to them long enough, and you might know less than you knew when you first showed up." Okori, "Kind of sounds like you're trying to convince me to just leave." Savara, "Not at all. That would be even more of a waste of time." Okori, "I'm persistent." Savara, "That's not what I mean." Okori, "Then what?" Savara, "You won't be leaving until she lets you." Silence on recording, and then Okori speaks up. "What about you? Are you staying for the ritual?" Savara, "I've never left this city. I'll be here for the big show and for what comes next, too." Okori, "Which is?" Savara, "Nothing. For a time." Silence on recording, and then Okori again. "I'm gonna need you to explain that to me." Savara, "I think I'd rather you just worried about it for a while." She walks past Dr. Okori in the direction of the cavern descent. Okori, "I get the feeling you're not happy that I'm here." Savara, "Wow, you really do have the insight of a perfect little princess. You'll fit in well here." Savara looks over her shoulder, one foot on the first step. "Come on, I'm not going to babysit you as you crawl through this tomb, but I can at least show you which walls to push on first." Transmission ends. Now we have a GOI consult addendum 814113 GOI consult. As Dr. Okori's memories of her time in AF recovered, she expressed interest in coordinating with Dr. J. Everwood of the Groups of Interest Research Group based out of Site 55. Dr. Everwood's existing duties include determining the origins and future activities of the cryptomantic cults presently persecuting their private war against the Foundation. The Giftschreiber and Schriftsteller. A transcript of their meeting with Dr. Okori is appended below, and there's a photo of Dr. Everwood's file photo, and it looks like somebody, unclear, in a t-shirt and pants, and I think those are like those kinds of toe shoes, is climbing a wall. There's the chalk bag on the butt, there's the harness, there's the helmet, there's the yellow wire, and we're definitely on some rocks. So we're real life rock wall climbing, not like a made rock wall. This is real rocks. So Dr. Everwood is not in the office typically. Get the feeling? Okay. Transcript begins. Dr. Everwood meets Dr. Okori in the teal-tiled halls of the Applied Occultism section. The last formal work shift of the day has ended and the halls are empty save for the two of them. They walk past the various laboratories and concentration cells as they speak. Yee. Dr. Everwood. So, another group of interest, another group mostly of interest to Site 43. Dr. Okori smiles. What can I say? We're popular. Everwood. Feels like I'm up here every other week now. Okori. They should give you an office. Everwood. They did give me an office. Dr. Okori pats Dr. Everwood on the back. The latter blinks rapidly in apparent surprise. Flustered! She's already got 2 girlfriends. Is she gonna get another? Oh no. Okay. Okori says, nice, good for you. Everwood, so the shifting city. Is there a demonym? Okori, what? Everwood, a name for these people specifically. Okori, no, not that I'm aware of. Anyway, they're not very organized, and there aren't very many of them. Everwood, probably for the best, but, it's not like we can call them Saiyan people. Dr. Okori guffaws. It echoes resoundingly in the bare corridor. No, we'd probably better not do that. Everwood, Aphians? Okori, that works. Everwood, so, what are they like, our Aphians? Okori, desert lizards. Everwood frowns. How's that? They're not really lizards. As far as I'm aware, none of them have looked like a lizard. What are you doing? Okay. Okori says they spend virtually no time together except to mate or raise their children. Everwood. Huh. Loose social structure then. What about culture? Okori. Mostly in the past. My mother sang me an epic of the second strata. That's something to do with timekeeping. Although the periodization escapes me, and she didn't exactly try to help with all the names and professions of the builders who were responsible for creating the bulk of the city. They're very proud of what they've built, but they haven't built very much in a very long time. Everwood. How long are we talking? Okori. Centuries, maybe more. Everwood. You parted on good terms? Okori. As far as they know. Everwood. I mean, you say your mother sang to you. Okori. It was pride doing the singing. You could hear it in her voice. They walk in silence for a moment, and then Everwood. What's the most impressive cultural artifact you encountered? Okori. A crystalline aqueduct bringing water from a deep aquifer up to the gardens on the highest level. A rolling liquid elevator powered by an endless sandfall. Sand power to move water. Dr. Okori chuckles and shakes her head in apparent admiration, but her smile is sad. They alternated responsibility for it. It must have been a few kilometers long, and it made a sound like a heart being plucked as the water rushed across the glass. The glass was frosted, and it lit with braziers that never went out. You could see the flickering of the water all throughout that district of the city when the roof was raised. Dr. Everwood, that sounds lovely. Okori, it does sound lovely. Wish I'd been able to see it. Everwood, what? Okori. I encountered it in a cave painting. The deepest levels of the city, far beneath the reach of the roads, below the foundations of the oldest buildings, below even the ritual chambers, border on a sort of archive. Paleolithic, I guess. Paleosilicate might be more accurate. I spent hours down there interpreting what I saw. Most of the paint was scuffed or rotted away, but that aqueduct, you can almost imagine it in living color. Then there's silence on the recording for a minute, and she picks back up. Nothing but dead etchings from a dead hand to now. So far as I can tell, the whole place sat in its shadows just beneath the surface for an age. Before they all started coming back and she sunk it down further to accommodate a new garden. All engineering now. No crystal. No music. Dr. Everwood, I take this to mean that you didn't actually see anything cultural of note. Corey, no, I didn't. I don't think there was anything to see. Everwood, what do you mean when the roof was raised? Wasn't it always raised? Corey shakes her head. That was just for show, the first couple days. It came back down when they started working on the ritual in earnest. Most of the city is obscured with a veil of sand at any given moment. I'm gonna finish this. They all know their way around, and they all have the power, so they generally just tunnel to wherever they want to go. For stability reasons, most of the city is never uncovered. Hello, Lokico. I stopped myself. Is it Losi lore or Loki lore? Hi. Either way, hi. Welcome. Come get settled. I hope your stream has gone well. Please look after yourself however you need to do so. Come get settled. Welcome. Whoa. Ugh, this thing is always Losi, but I'm not picky. Well, I'm glad. Losi lore. Welcome in. Where is the thingy? How am I always so bad at this? This is not what I mean either. I don't know what I'm doing. Is this what I need to do? There we go. I figure minimal things out. There you go. Thank you so much for joining us. Boop. Okay. If you need to run to go look after yourself, please feel free to do that. And Cage, can we drop a little shout out for them? Alright. Where was I? So for stability reasons, most of the city is never uncovered. Dr. Everwood clicks their tongue thoughtfully. Thinking. Gonna get ready for bed. Well, for bed. Perfect, yes. No worries. Thanks for giving a shout out, Cage. So Everwood's thinking, if they used to spend so much time together creating these wonderful things, what do you think drove them apart? Did you learn anything about that? Corey, whatever it was, it started in the first strata. They were the most powerful and accomplished peoples of their age. They could work miracles. My mother said they had some sort of control over reality itself. But they tried something so bold, so dangerous, that when it went wrong, I think that started to poison them. The failure, the drive to replace it with success. Corey frowns, her eyes flicker, because, they're glowing. And then she says, it made them bitter, drove them apart from each other bit by bit. AF is full of garrets and towers and sunken studies where each of them used to work alone on that eternal problem, the ultimate act of creation. Dr. Everwood is about to respond, but Dr. Okori raises a hand and continues. I don't know what it was, couldn't even guess, but I saw a few of those workspaces and studios abandoned as I explored. Savara left me to my own devices after setting me on the right track. A laboratory filled with a spider's web of gleaming glass alembics and the smell of burning still in the air after all those years. Ritual circles that hurt to look at. Frescoes on the walls depicting all manner of cryptic activities. Dr. Everwood, what was it they were trying to do, the thing that failed? Corey, I think I'd rather wait and see what shows up on the tapes before I answer that. It's hazy in my mind now, but I think it was very clear on the ground, under the ground. Everwood, I'm going to need a profile on every one of the Aphians you met in that city, Dr. Okori. But before we start into that, is there anything else you want to say about these people? Dr. Okori considers. Yes, there is. Silence on the recording. Dr. Okori stops walking and turns to face Dr. Everwood directly. I think it's a good thing their rituals didn't work. Everwood. Yes? Okori, I think that if they had, they might have killed us all before we'd ever had a chance to be born. And there's silence on recording before she continues. And I think they're still trying. Da da da! The transcript ends. We're gonna have another Omni transmission come through. Right at the top, there's a photo that I can't even tell you what the frick this is, but I think that the text is gonna tell me a little bit about what it's supposed to be. But it looks very weird. Okay, I'm just gonna adjust. Scoot. Okay. Addendum 8141, further transmissions, number 5. The next Omni transmission was not received and decoded for nearly a day. In the interim, as the stalemate at Area 71 showed no sign of lifting, that's where the girlfriends are at, and because that's where it was like, there's a danger over there, get there quickly, go, when she woke up. But they haven't heard anything. It's just tense, apparently, is all that we have gotten back. Since the stalemate at that area showed no sign of lifting, Director McInnes suggested that Chief Ibanez and Dr. Ostrowskis, that's the girlfriends, return to Site 43 to assist Dr. Okori in her research. Oh, this suggestion was declined and the director did not press further. Okay, so the girlfriends are avoiding her. Oh, is there a breakup in the throuple? Is there some problems? Or is it just that there is more tense things to be dealing with right now at Area 71? I do not know. Okay. Dr. Okori instead resumed her studies in archives and revision with the assistance of Dr. Blank and his staff. As she felt herself near to a breakthrough in determining the physical location of the city of Af, she declined to witness the completed transmission with Dr. McInnes when it arrived. A transcript of that transmission is appended below. Okay, so she is too busy getting very close to where the city of Af is, so for once she's not watching back this thing. I imagine she should still watch it at some point, but okay. Transmission begins. Dr. Okori stands in a darkness, a cone of gray sand, barely visible in her hands. Grain by grain detaches, spins in the air, and briefly flares out, providing a dull sort of light, by which she can see worked stone and a pitch-black passage leading down. Okay, so that's what that is. And that's supposed to be her hand right there. That does not look like a hand. Or is that supposed to be? I don't freaking know. It's a bit chaotic looking at this. The only thing that I can really make out of this is that I think that's kind of supposed to be stones. And then that doorway is pitch black. There ain't no color or anything at all. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Hi, Diva. It goes well. Ooh. Nice riz. We pick up from where we left off. We are preparing for a trial. Yes, it's true. Yet another trial. This time, Lahonk is on trial. They might settle out of court. They might. Okay. Where was that? 9% love to Lahonk. You're very upset with his threatening fet, I see. I will never settle with the goose. You know what I mean. You'll get him to pay, and you won't have to go to court about it. You'll pay his fine and move on. It's okay. Okay. But alright, so she's come across this weird little corner. I'm not saying that. You can't trap me, you little shit goose. I will destroy him in the courtroom. What has the goose done this time? threatened Fett with a suplex, which doesn't happen here, and Cage was there and hit him with a no mask. You fell for it. No. Fell for what? Oh. Mask, no. Mask blocked that term so that it wasn't seen. For whatever reason, it was flagged already. So I'll have to tell chat myself, unfortunately, because that was too good. Because I thought you were going to say it different. It was, what's Sugma? Sugma balls. Sugma nuts. Sugma balls. Thank you, Honk. We got there. Oh, shit, D1. That one is also flat. No, don't permit that one, Mask. We need to have some protections for when it's not just a silly type. Oops. It's okay. I love that little guy. He looked like a little duck. Ooh. A very fed up duck. Okay. Listen. Okay, I see the fun is here today. Well, we had some silliness at the start, and then we got into the story, and we were story. And then this. Just when you showed up, they decided, let's have some fun. Devon is here. And so we did. Why do I? No, it is real. It is Mahonk. Scream. You're scrapped. You're scrapped. No. I'm glad we have a little silly break. I kind of needed a little silly break. Woo. Nice. I see a dragon. Being in the area makes chaos as normal. Yeah, I think it does. You help make the chaos happen. Where's this little guy? Where's that little guy long? Oh, it's just a little Doro. Sit. That's what a Doro looks like in sit. That's adorable. That's adorable. Get it? Okay. I don't know. Whenever I go to type the name of the account, you know, sometimes type in Screamy by accident. Yes, it's a little scrumped. I know it's a rage, but he's a scrumped. Yes. He needs to rename it. He needs to rename it Scrumped. No, you know what I need to do? Okay, I now will officially promise it. I will make, if we get the animated emotes done, which are up on Trump, if we get the animated emotes funded, one of them that I will request will be a Raven Scrumped. So that you can type in Scrumped. Not a frog screamy, a raven screamy. Because the frogs are mostly pretty chill, but I will do a Scrumped. And I will give them that emote as an example. I'll steal it right now so that I'll be able to give it to them. It'll be good. It'll be good. Is this gonna work as GIF or is it gonna just... I'm definitely doing a thing. Oh. Yes, it is. It's perfect. Okay. It's perfect. Perfect. Yes. Put those two together. I wanted to do something that we never did. And this is something that I want to do. If nobody enjoys it, if I have to quit streaming tomorrow, I want to be able to have the little screamy and my own emotes. That's the kind of thing I want. I know what I must not draw. You're going to do it? Yes. 77 and 78 are twice. It's too close to not be fate. Mahonk. You nom divine. Look at the little sparkles. Thank you for the hydrate, Arctic. Thank you very much. I appreciate very much. Thank you. Oh, the whoop. Oh, okay. Should I get back to read? We have 15 minutes before I have to run an ad. But you're about to get my hands if you keep being silly. Okay, I'll read. I get it. It's obsidian reads, not obsidian silliness. But whatever. I'm gonna go shower. We'll lurk. Well, that'll make us calm down. The dragon will leave. Rage puffing. I will do that at our next break because I'll have to run an ad in 15 minutes anyway. Herbert speaks. Right now, he just sits and stares, the little pervert. Okay. I focus. Okori is in this weird place, and there is a dark passageway coming up. Is very concerned. Have a lovely lurk. Please take the silliness with you. Well, the dragon is just sitting, staring at you. Yeah, the dragon ain't even doing nothing. But is still the oh, I forget the word. I want to bonk you so bad. I'm gonna have to bonk you for that one. That one was no setup. That one had no warning. You get bonk. You get bonk. Dragging these hands across your face. Dragging these hands. Well, that sounds like lovingly caressing. You're just dragging hands. That's not. Ouch. That's nice. Wait, no. No. Knuckles. Yeah, there you go. Glad we could workshop it. Okay, I have to read or we're gonna die here. Okori is still doing the adventures with Savara. Sassy little Savara. And we have found a weird little place that is fully dark. What the heck is this? Well, funny I ask. First thing, Dr. Okori says, "What is this?" Savara responds, though she is not visible, so she must be behind us. The oldest, deepest quarter of the city, the severed halls. Okori, why were they severed? Savara, because they speak to the past. Wow, they really don't like talking about themselves here. They're really that intense about it? What did they do? Okay. Dr. Okori turns to face the other woman. Her eyes are burning low. Why doesn't anyone in this city want to think about their history? Savara gestures at the dark passage. You'll see when you know what it is. Oh no. Okori, am I going to find a catacomb made of human skulls? Savara, no. The spoils of an ancient war? No. What then? Savara, a record. The mad etchings of an order of hermits exiled from the upper city. Okori, exiled for what? Savara, remembering. Dr. Okori turns to face the rectangle of black again. Dr. Okori, why only exile them? Why not destroy them? Aphora seemed plenty proud of the city's martial heritage. My brain. That stuff about the Deva. Savara, because the others can only forget if someone remembers. There are things commemorated down there which cannot be forgotten forever. Things they don't like to think about now, but might someday need to know again. Well, doesn't that mean if you go and find out that you're gonna have to be kicked out? Isn't that how that's have to... Okay, fine. Dr. Okori takes a step forward, then turns back to face the other woman. You're coming in with me? Savara, no. Okori, why not? I could use a guide and probably more than a few explanations. Savara, I want to see what you make of it. Maybe you'll see something I haven't yet. Okori seems to shrug. Okay, I guess we'll talk when I come back out. I feel like this is a trap. She does not like you, and she is abandoning you in a dark place that seems to be associated with forcing people to get exiled. This is a bad idea. Okay. Savara turns and begins to walk away and says, I won't be here. You can talk about it with the queen. I'm sure I'll be able to hear the two of you shouting when you from where I've gone. Transmission is interrupted and then it resumes. It looks like it's when she's coming back out of the dark space, it feels like, because Dr. Corey is walking through a narrow, winding passage of carved stones. Oh no, it's just when we get down, maybe? I don't know. Okay. The only sand in sight comes from her makeshift torch. She holds it in front of her face or over her head by turns, illuminating countless cave paintings in various stages of disrepair. She squints at a rendering of a black figure speckled with white pinpricks surrounded by tiny maroon figures which appear to be fleeing from it. Its cloak is spread wide as if to cover the entire scene in darkness. Corey, that's what I thought. She clears her throat. This place is a record of the things the people of Af got up to before they settled on their sand magic. Why she's talking out loud, I assume because she remembers that people are going to be able to hear and see everything, but anyway. It's a record of what it is before they settled on magic, I think, on Earth. I haven't seen anything earlier than that, nothing that looks completely foreign to me anyway. These were painted by human hands, or at least hands acting on human sensibilities. Maybe there's no record of the world they left behind at all. She reaches the torch forward to better illuminate the painting in front of her. This is the very last entry in a sequence. Best I can tell, it's about wresting rationality out of chaos. I think it's supposed to be wrestling out of chaos. Making the universe responsive. Wise men and wise women pondering a problem from so many angles. They could, I don't know, see it in 3 dimensions? Make it real, really real? This city was on the surface once. I've seen it with trees and vines and big red berry bushes in some of the oldest images. Images of harvest, images of darkness dotted with little fires. The city a big black blob, I think. I think they decided to declare war on the night. She reaches out to touch the painting. The paint flakes under her fingertips. No, not war. They wanted to treat with it. More time in the light. More time for their crops to go. They wanted to speak to the night. She taps the bare rock beside the dark figure. I think they fucked up. This is SCP-5281-D. Bonhomme Sept Airs, the Quebecois manifestation of the night. A boogeyman who eats children. I've been using his pixie dust as my primary reagent for over 20 years. I always felt a connection to it. Now I know why. Dr. Corey takes a deep breath. I think these people cracked the code of the universe. They knew how to turn natural forces into people. Men. Silence on the recording. Half men. More silence on the recording. This painting is too well preserved, though. It can't be all that old. Maybe a few hundred years? I need to go deeper. Transmission is interrupted and then resumes again. Dr. Corey is standing in pitch blackness. All those records of construction and creation, glass pyramids and 10-story statues and the like, even the bonhomme, that all came after. Those were the consolation prizes. What I'm seeing down here in the depths, this was the good stuff, their worst mistakes. Her torch flares to life, illuminating faint pigments on the cavern wall. What little survives can be interpreted as a central figure split down the middle. And we have a photo that's starting to kind of look like that. Dark and light. The sun and moon rise above, and 6 lesser figures raise their arms to the greater one in a cryptic gesture that might represent supplication, praise, creation, or all the above. Dr. Corey, this was the first. And then that's when the transmission ends, but we have the little image. And I have to say, you can kind of see it. Okay, So we do have in roughly the center of the photo a big person shape, but it's like there's a big chunk in the middle missing ish. You mostly just see the legs and arms. You kind of see a shape of a head, but it's kind of pointy. I don't know what's going on. And on the one side, it's slightly lighter arm. On the other side, it's slightly darker, but they're both kind of orangey. Lighter is on the right side, and above that hand a little ways is a big circle that's light and lit up. And I can see what kind of looks like it's a tree and a branch. Like I'm not sure, totally sure, but it kind of looks like that. From the very edge of that side, the right side, and then underneath the branch, underneath the arm, which is underneath the circle, it looks like three little red people. They're kind of curved, and their arms are up. Yeah, kind of something. I don't know what's going on. It looks like they're on their tiptoes and curved back with their arms up. It's interesting. And then on the other side, with the slightly darker orange arm, above that is what is kind of like a half moon above that hand. And it's a little bit blurrier, but the stuff looks a little bit bluer, a little bit brighter around all of this. And there's a lot harder to see the people, but they kind of look more rainbow because, like I said, it looks a little brighter. It's hard to see, but it looks like there's spots for people that are kind of similar. And it also kind of looks like they're standing on something. So maybe we have on the moon side on the left, they're over water maybe. That's why it's blue and kind of lighter. And there's like a little landmass or a boat that they're on that they're doing their little arms up bendy shape. And then on the other side, it's more darker and more green, and maybe that's trees on the sun side. Anyway, there you go. Funky little photo. Oh, that looks weird and almost definitely AI. Jeez, what the hell photo is that? Get this out of here. Screw you. We have a next addendum that is going to be a memetics consult with Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, and Dr. Lillehammer's file photo looks like it's AI or from a kind of shitty put together but recent video game, because like her eyebrow looks kind of messed up, her eyes don't look like they're proper eyes. There's a texture to her that doesn't feel real life. You're AI, aren't you? Okay, but before we read the next addendum, we are going to have to do a break for ad, and I will do my rage puffing. And if we want to do a couple of the redeems, we can do redeems as well here. I think we finally made it through 2/3 of the story, maybe. It's a very long story. So it's still going to be an effort to finish this story tonight. So, yeah, but we'll get back to it right after our little break. So I'm going to run a 1-minute ad real quick, and then we'll jump into Rage Puff if that's the only redeem. Okay, here we go. Hold on while I make big cough. Oh, Frow's in the road. But okay, we're gonna do the rage puffing, so I should prep that. There we go. Okay. It's been a while, I know, but we are going to do the rage puff. And I will move around, do a little adjust before it as well. Hold on one more time. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do our rage puffing before we get into the story again. If you don't know what rage puffing is, maybe we can drop the little command for that. But here we go. What did you get it? What is what is it? Okay. Come on. Microphone being a little mean. And then, of course, my voice gets extra weird. Ah, how rude. But there you go. That is what the rage puffing is. Myco Psycho, welcome in. Hello, how goes it? Oh my freaking thing. Existential rage. Snake rage. Rage. Brain? Ugh. Anyways, because of rage puffing, we just said probably. We just did that little break, and we're gonna get back to story, but it feels like I got frogs in my throat. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Whew. Okay. Anyway, welcome in. Please go look after yourself as you need little snake raid. And we are just we're trying to finish this very long SCP entry, bit by bit. It's everything about Dr. Okori, who has popped up in a bunch of other SCP stories if you know her. Sand magic people and stuff mostly. We are about to get to the part where we talk to Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, though, if you like her from different stories. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Alright. I put this stuff away. Let's put it back. What have I done? Oh, I love when they explore the Lord SCP stuff. I know, right? You're reading all about them other times, and you can just read between the lines with little sassiness. Right off the top of this one, they're like, okay, Dr. Okori is in a throuple with 2 other SCP ladies, and it's wild. But also, there seems to be a between the lines of maybe they're in a fight right now, or something happened, because, like, they were given the opportunity to come back from whatever project they were working on to help their girlfriend, and neither of them left. So, just a little drama. Maybe. So it's fun. Okay, but we will jump into this. I already did my little ramble about that photo looks like it's AI from Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, and I don't like that. But we are about to do a consult with Lillehammer. Addendum 814115. Memetics consult. Her research and preparations nearly complete, Dr. Okori approached Dr. Lillian Lillehammer, chair of memetics and countermemetics at Site 43, for a final professional consultation prior to the presentation of her findings. A transcript of their meeting is appended below. Near the top, as with most of them in this file, they've included photos. This one, Dr. Lillehammer's file photo, it looks probably inside. That kind of looks like it's the fluorescent lighting up above or something. I don't know. But it's white-ish walls. Maybe that's a little yellow art piece or something. She seems to be in a white shirt underneath her flowy white hair that seems to be going everywhere, kind of wild. And like I said, it looks AI. There's weird texture. Her eyes look a little bit not right. Her eyebrows dipping into the bridge of her nose, it's AI, and I don't like it. Icky. But we continue. Transcript begins. Dr. Lillehammer stands in the airlock approach to the Achromatic Abatement Facility, AAFD, in front of the memorial mural to the victims of SCP-5243. Dr. Okori stands beside her. They are facing the figures of the wall. Okori, talk to me about Operation Firebreak. Lillehammer glances at her in surprise. You're not cleared anymore. Dr. Okori reaches up to place a hand on Dr. Lillehammer's shoulder. Oh, come on. We're friends. Lillehammer, friends on the record. Okori glances up at the nearest security camera from which this feed is sourced. Okay. Looks at this camera where we are transcribing all of this from. Okori, so turn the record off and then tell me. What then? We wouldn't be able to know, dang it. Dr. Lillehammer grunts. You know the broad strokes already. The Griffstreber are pushing on every front except where the Schriftsteller are doing it. There's a new mimetic attack on a new facility every other day, all sub rosa for now, but that can't last. Dr. Okori, because the world is ending. Lillehammer, yeah, hard to hide that sort of thing from the public, at least until after the fact. Okori, what does that... Okori shakes her head. Never mind. What if I told you I knew what they were after? Lillehammer, I'd tell you we already know. They're after the end of the world. You know, the thing that's actually happening right now. That we were just talking about? Okori, no, they're not. Lillehammer, then what? Okori, they're looking for the city of Af. Lillehammer shakes the hand off her shoulder and turns to face Dr. Okori. Dr. Okori is fully obscured from camera view by Dr. Lillehammer's height. How do we hear them then? We're not reading lips anymore, at least. Where's the microphone for this? Okay, Lillehammer says, and you know this because... Okori, because I talked to one of them. Lillehammer, okay, put the pieces in order for me. It's been a long day. Okori, I remember why I knew about Area 71 now. Lillehammer, Area 71, which is still shut up like a constipated clam. Okori, they're in there. I've got it on the best authority. One of the Aphians infiltrated the gift Schreiber months ago, Lillian. My mother doesn't keep a very close eye on her activities. Lillehammer, I get it. The unfavorite. Dr. Okori frowns. No, not at all. I think she's just trusted, as she should be, mostly. Ooh, then I bet it was Savara. Lillehammer, except for the part where she goes off and consorts with mimetic terrorists. Okori, right, except that's also in the city's best interests. Savara, yes, I knew it. That's her name, has been spying on the gift Schreiber to stop them from finding Af. Lillehammer, and why do they want to find Af? Okori, because it's key to their plans. It's how they make the end happen. Lillehammer, do tell. Okori, there's a ritual, a thaumaturgical working the Aphians can perform, which triggers a cataclysm when local reality's been worn thin enough. This is something they've done before, at least once, in the world they came from. Lillehammer, why would they do it here? They're on, or under, the same planet we are. Okori, that's just half of the ritual. The other half is harnessing an incredible source of power. Lillehammer, which is? Okori, the exact same unraveling of reality. There's silence on recording. Lillehammer, you mean? Okori, they're going to ride the tidal wave to escape the earthquake. The death throes of the universe will push them out of it. Lillehammer, and the crypto cults know about this. Okori, that's right. Af strikes the final blow, and Af gets to escape before reality dies. That's how they got here in the first place, unless I missed my guess. And then the bad guys figured that out and asked to be cut in on the deal next time. In exchange for leaving Af alone, Until the next curtain call. Lilyhammer. This is conjecture. Conjecture. Okori. It's what happened. A gentleman's agreement for the orderly annihilation of Earth. Once it isn't fun anymore. Once it's all fallen into pieces anyway. Do you say where I'm going with this, Lillian? Lilyhammer. Yes. You're going where you already took Danil. You think we ought to nuke these people from orbit. Okori. That's right. 2 birds, 1 stone. End the war and the mechanism of our destruction. Neat and tidy. Honestly, I think it's a multiversal moral prerogative. Lilyhammer. So, wait. If AF's in on this scheme, why are they hiding? Why don't they want the Gifts and Shrifts to know where they are? Okori. Because the Gifts and Shrifts want to change the deal. They want to blow the world up ahead of schedule. They've wanted it for years. None worries, Cage. You never have any... Don't... Enjoy. You're fine. Shh. The ways I yell at my bot. It's good. It's okay. Okay. They wanted it for years, to blow it up sooner. Okay. Dr. Lilyhammer turns away, walks past the mural, and leans on the nearest patch of bare wall. She shakes her head. Why? Okori. Because we're kicking their asses. Okay, sorry. Lilyhammer. Yeah, actually, can attest. Lilyhammer essays a little muscle... a limp muscle flex, just like just like I did. Glad we're at the same level as silly lady. Okay, Lilyhammer then says, well, any progress on finding it? The city? Okori. I've got it. Lilyhammer. Really? Uh-oh, why do I get worried? Maybe it's because she had an AI photo. Why do I get worried that Lilyhammer is actually a bad guy? Well, what if Lilyhammer's in with the bad guys? Oh no. Okay. Okori says, trust me, I've got it. They move around from time to time to keep themselves safe from the cryptomancers, but since we propped ourselves up as a bigger target and have been taking the heat off them, they've grown complacent. They've been in the same place for a very long time, and that leaves scars. Scars I could read. Lilyhammer, and why are you telling me this? Why aren't you talking to Danil again? Dr. Okori approaches Lilyhammer, hands in her lab coat pockets. Okori, because I need you all on my side when I pitch this to the director. Lilyhammer, Alan? Okori, no, Dan. The director of ETRA. He's the one who can authorize something like this, and he's going to need the backing of the O5 Council to do it. Dr. Lilyhammer shakes her head. You don't need to explain yourself to me, Udo. You should know that. Okori, this is too important to leave anything to chance. When we pull this trigger, all our problems go away. Dr. Lilyhammer releases Dr. Okori's hands and raises her own in mock triumph. Hooray for guns, which definitely work exactly like that. Transcript ends. What the fuck? Okay. And now we're gonna have an interesting attempt at that, I guess. Addendum 814116, Operation Sandworm. Considering we still have a good chunk of story to go through, if this is the attempt to destroy AF, this was not looking like it'll work. But okay. Having shown that the city of AF was a clear and present danger to the ongoing operations of the SCP Foundation and the stability of baseline reality as a whole, and with the support of Dr. Lilyhammer and Dr. Sokalski, Dr. Okori received Overwatch Command and ETRA authorization for a targeted orbital strike on a stretch of desert within the Kingdom of Jordan. On 12 October, a classified location was excavated to a depth of 1 kilometer by focused laser fire from OWP-02 and nicknamed Pyre of Croesus, completely obliterating the site and its contents. On inspecting the results, Dr. Okori declared the threat posed by the city of AF to have been neutralized. I don't know if that was a good thing. Okay, now we have the next addendum. More memories. I hope we don't remember something that makes the blowing up the city a bad idea. I don't know. Okay. Addendum 814117, further transmissions in number 6. The next Omni transmissions received on 13 October were particularly badly fragmented and artifacted. This may have been the result of Dr. Okori intentionally diverting the electrochemical energy powering the implant back into her own bodily and mental functions, as her activities in the city of Af were no doubt the source of considerable exhaustion by this point. It may also have been the result of the orbital laser strike interrupting the delayed somatic dispersal. A transcript of the transmission is appended below. Transmission begins. Dr. Okori is still in the severed halls. She has located what appears to be a fresh set of cave paintings, progressing from crudity to relative technical sophistication. Brushes and bottles of paint are in evidence on the cavern floor. Oh, so something is maybe arisen? She pans across each image in turn. 2 women with dark skin and bright orange eyes, one taller than the other, walking through a brightly rendered city, domed ceiling overhead. The same 2 women with their arms outstretched to the sky, manipulating the stars. 2 women of approximately the same height, meticulously reconstructing the ruined facade of the Black Palace at the heart of Af. The final image is sophisticated enough to identify both women, Aphora and Savara. Knowing SCP, they're going to remember something that makes the city continue to exist. Ah, yes, exactly. Oh, now we've remembered it, and oops, it's back because we remembered it. That kind of thing. Okay. Dr. Okori turns in place. There are at least dozens of these paintings, perhaps hundreds. And Dr. Okori says, Af has no library. Savara, it didn't anyway. Whoa. Why are you in here? What are you here? What you left. You said you'd leave. What the hell? Okay. It didn't anyway. Savara enters the gray light, glancing at the paintings on the walls. Savara, found my archive, huh? Okori, I don't want you to be angry with me. Savara, that's a promising start. Okori, we don't have to address it if you don't want to. Savara, oh, rip off the fucking band-aid already. Silence on the recording. Why do you talk like that? Savara, like what? Dr. Okori, like me. You never leave the city, but your speech is modern vernacular. You sound nothing like your... Silence on recording. Savara, that counts. It's been a trust now. Yeah, your sisters, cause huzzah. Okay. Like your mom is what they were going to say. Silence on the recording before that. And then Okori says, I understand why you hate me. Savara, I don't hate you. I don't really have an opinion of you. Okori says, but it has to feel like I'm supplanting. Savara interrupts, no. Okori, but then Savara interrupts again, no. You're nothing to her. Don't you understand that? She couldn't possibly care less about you. Okori, and the feeling is mutual. Savara, great. Look. Listen. Savara places her hand on the cave wall between 2 of her murals. I've lived almost every day of my life in this city. A lot of it on my own, waiting for her to come home. But she always does. She always comes back to me. She raised me. She made me the caretaker of her legacy, my birthright. I'm her daughter in a way you could never be. Okori, and I don't want to be. Savara pulls on her hair in frustration. Oh, who gives a shit? This isn't about you. It's about us, her and me, and the people who live in this city. What we need. We need you, but you aren't one of us. You brought all that baggage down here yourself. Nobody here cares any more about mending bridges than you do. Okori, then why am I here, Savara? Do you need my magic? Am I a sacrifice in your ritual? Savara, no, you're still her flesh and blood. She wouldn't harm you. Okori, what then? What? Savara, she needs you to believe in her. Silence on recording. Okori, why? Savara stares at her. Okori continues, Savara, why? Dr. Okori drops the torch. Omni-view becomes extremely dark, distorted, and hue shifted. The only apparent light sources are the two women's eyes. But then the photo I get is like way more clear than any of the other photos we've had. But it's fine. Dr. Okori stretches out her hands and takes Savara's. The other woman does not resist. In the photo here, we can really see what's going on now. The background is dark as cave. It's not much going on. It looks a little bit like the weird doodly, but it's dark. But Savara, shorter hair, like very short, and her eye glow is, you can see it all lighting up the front of her hair. She looks a little sad, I think, through the eyes lighting up. They've got interlaced fingers, the sisters. She's in her very luminescent dress. This is the first time that it looks like it's like high vis. And they're holding hands. And then it says POI 81412, somatic imagery, Savara. And then we pick back up. Dr. Okori says, listen to me. Whatever she's doing, she's not doing it for you. She's doing it for herself. Savara, you don't know. Okori, I do. Savara shakes her hands away. You have no idea. We could be gone already. Okori, gone? Savara, into the empty, where none of this can touch us. We could have moved the whole city, lock, stock, and barrel someplace nobody could ever find us again, but instead, we're still here because of you. Okori, I don't believe that. Savara, you're calling me a liar? Okori, I don't know you from a hole in the ground. I don't know this place from a hole in the ground. I have no reason to trust any of you. Savara, we're still here because she insisted on waiting for you. Okori, then why couldn't she just come and collect me? Savara, she said you had to earn your salvation. Okori, well, I'm here now, so what's stopping the Great Migration? Savara, I don't know. Okori, why not? Savara, I just don't. Okori, I thought you were the dutiful one. She keeps secrets from you? Savara, turnabout is fair play. Okori, what's that supposed to mean? Savara, I have my secrets too, but take my word for it, she wants what's best for us. Okori sighs, there is no us here. Savara, you never heard of a diaspora? Okori, I have. That isn't what this is. Dr. Okori glances at the paintings, one after the other. She knocks on the stone several times. Nothing happens. She says, had to try. Savara, you were saying? Dr. Okori sighs. Diaspora isn't a bunch of people who got sick of each other one day. They decided to get as far away as possibly could. There wasn't some great catastrophe that scattered these people to the winds. This is more like a big shitty family that only comes together at Christmas. Hi, DJ! And hello, Arctic, with your first message. Welcome back, DJ. Get cozy. This story is on. We're just seeing Dr. Udo Okori, who's popped up in other SCP stories. Some of her history, she's part magic sand stuff. Long story. I'm just gonna jump back into it here with her half sister. Okay. This is a shitty family that only comes together at Christmas. Savara, you don't know what you're talking about. Okori, no, you're right. That's not it. Let me try again. This city is a fallout shelter. People only come here when they think the bombs are falling. Savara, I've lived here most of my life. This city is my home. I know the others feel the same way. Okori, then why does it feel like a mausoleum to me? Savara, because you aren't one of us, and you never will be. Dr. Okori takes a deep breath and faces her sister again. Finally, something we agree on. I'll never take your side on this, and neither should you. Savara raises a hand in warning. I'm going to save you the breath, Kalila. Don't try to make me see things your way. It isn't going to happen. Okori, you're young. Actually young. Not like her. Not even like me. You can change. Savara, I don't want to change. Okori, you'll want to have changed someday. You'll see this place for what it is, a dead end. You'll see her for what she is, an abusive coward, and it might be too late to fix your heart when that happens. You'll need the head start. Savara, you're an idiot. Okori, you're naive. Savara slaps her. You're an idiot. A coward runs and hides when they should be facing their problems head on. An idiot thinks there's a solution. There's never a solution where that's the right approach. A situation like this. Okori, running and hiding will let them win. The poisoners. Savara, they're going to win no matter what. Okori, you don't know that. Savara, I do know it. Savara turns her back on Dr. Okori. I know more about them than she does. Probably more than you do. Okori, how is that? Savara, the point is, she's right. They're going to destroy us. They're going to try to destroy us, sorry. Probably right after they destroy you. Okori, or we could fight them together. An army of sand witches and sand wizards. Sand witches and sand wizards. Savara, there's no army here. We do what we want. Pick our causes for ourselves. Okori, then your mother is the queen of nothing. Silence on the recording. Savara says, our mother. Dr. Okori reaches out to place a hand on Savara's back. If she didn't have you, Savara, she would have been nobody's mother. Savara's shoulders fall. She should have let you suffocate. Okori, let me? Dr. Okori laughs harshly. Your mother was going to allow me to suck down sand until I died if I didn't force it away myself. You know why? Silence on the recording. And so she then continues. Because if I couldn't take care of myself, if I wasn't a prodigy, if I didn't have the power, I was no daughter of hers. Nothing worth having. If she couldn't use me to advance her goals, whatever they are, that woman doesn't value you for who you are, Savara. Only what she can get out of you. Savara turns to face Dr. Okori again. The light from her eyes is flickering as tears flow down her cheeks. Don't lecture me about my family. You don't know the first thing. Okori, I know the only thing that matters. I know that it isn't my family. And it isn't going to be. Savara, I wish I could get rid of you. Okori, you can. Show me the way out. Savara, so you can tell everybody where we are? Fat chance. Okori, open your way. Send me back to the library. Savara, you know too much. You're never leaving the city. Okori, well, maybe that's an improvement. Savara, meaning? Okori, meaning at least one person will actually live in this dusty necropolis for a change. Savara sighs, then raises a hand. The omni-transmission view is suddenly occluded. Dr. Okori gasps, and the feed goes black. Then the transmission ends. So, no clue what that's about. But alright. Underneath that is Addendum 814118, Aftermath. On the evening of 13 October, after the destruction of the city of Af and receipt of what is believed to have been the final omni-transmission, Dr. Ostrowskis submitted the following satellite image to Dr. Dan Redacted, director of ETRA. So one of the girlfriends over at Site 71 sends satellite imagery. I'm seeing a bunch of green fields and mostly squares, so it's, it's feeling very farmland, whatever the heck, wherever the heck. Satellite imagery, and then underneath she also appended the following contrast enhanced analysis. And now this is satellite imagery enhanced. It is black and white. We have a very similar the squares situation, but underneath, under that green it seems, or maybe walking over it, I don't know. The point is that there's a bunch of paths. It looks like just a ton of little roads winding around. Like instead of being this very big, wide, grid-shaped farmland that's very empty, something's going on. Windy roads or something. So it says she posited that she and Chief Ibanez had located one of the city's previous sites and requested permission for an expedition to confirm or deny this thesis. As Chief Ibanez processes Protocol Gyrus security clearance, and as the lockdown at Area 71 had still not been lifted, this request was honored without question. Results pending. Oh, okay, so that's why we were sent to 71. To see the previous locations, I guess. Interesting. I like that you guys are giving hugs and head pats, by the way. It's very cute. Okay. This is now the real final transmission, apparently. We have another transmission. Looks like it's going to be long. And it's called the final transmission, so that last one was not the last one. Here we go. Addendum 814119, final transmission. An additional, unexpected transmission from Dr. Okori's Omni was received in the early morning of 14 October. The signal strength was incredibly strong, and all data arrived in a single packet. A transcript of this transmission is appended below. Transmission begins. Dr. Okori opens her eyes. She is looking up at a complicated geometric pattern making up the ceiling of a spacious bedroom. She sits up and staggers uncertainly to the door. The hall outside is spacious, the walls made of sand and decorated with a complex pattern of roses and thorns intertwined. There are no doors, and the floor is rippling slightly. She stumbles forward as the ripples strike her feet, propelling her to the corridor's end, where a large stone arch leads into a well-lit room. This room is on the outer edge of the Palace of Af. Its curved wall is all clear glass, as is its ceiling. Sandstone pillars stand at intervals. The footings of the hydroponic gardens and the edges of the raised cavern are visible beyond. The floor is carved sandstone. In the center of the room is Ephora, Queen of Af. And then there's an image. It's the POI 81411, Ephora, Queen of Af, Mom, somatic imagery. This time, we see slightly different dress, it seems. Her hood is down. There's a bit funkier stuff. She's got more shape to her dress. Is there an extra capiness? I don't know what's going on. It looks extra flowy a little bit. Still a little hard to see through, and her eyes are very much glowy. Laser pointed, it feels like. Glowy. We see the pillars. We see some blurriness that must be walls. That might be like a window out to other stuff. We see the floor. This is intense. And then Ephora says, "You're a heavy sleeper." Dr. Okori, "How long has it been?" Ephora, "Days." Dr. Okori, "Do you know where she went?" Ephora frowns. "Went? Savara, you mean?" Okori, "Yes, my sister." Ephora's face breaks into a wide smile. "You have no idea how pleased I am to hear that you've accepted us." Ugh, I think she's just going with it right now. Dr. Okori shakes her head. "Her, not you, not any of the rest of this. But you've trapped her down here in your past, just like you want to trap me, just like you've trapped yourself and all the others. I empathize with her. She's the only one who never got a choice." Ephora snorts and turns to look out at her city. "She would have chosen me anyway." Dr. Okori, "I believe that's true." She walks to join Ephora at the window. "Like I said, I empathize with her. I would never betray my mother." Ephora sighs and closes her eyes. "I was really truly hoping you would come to me doe-eyed and longing, that a little acceptance and the hint of respect would be enough to make you see me as your guide and savior. It would have made this so much easier. It's going to be so much more difficult without your help." Okori, "Why is that?" Ephora, "I have no reason to tell you." They look down on the city together. The streets are rapidly coming into much better repair as the small work crew moves along them, packing sand into the cracks and crevices and righting the slanted structures. Okori, are you ever going to ask me why I came here?" Ephora snorts. "Ask? I know why you came here." Okori, "Well, let's hear it." Aphora, you came here for me. Okori, did I? The flash of Aphora's eyes is refracted and amplified by the window glass. Aphora, yes, you did. You came to meet your mother. Okori, you're not my mother. I already told you her name. Aphora, I bore you in my body for 9 months. Okori, she raised me for 20 years. That's a hell of a lot more sweat equity. Aphora reaches out and places an arm around Dr. Okori's shoulders. Dr. Okori seems to stiffen but makes no effort to refuse the gesture. Aphora, you and I share a bond that you and she never could. Not in 20,000 years could she understand you the way I do. Okori, I didn't come here for you. Get over yourself. Aphora recoils, pulling back her arm and hunching forward slightly as she faces Dr. Okori. Her eyes are blazing orange again. I'm not the one having trouble understanding who she is. I expected you to be resentful, but I also expected you to be honest. You came here to learn who you are, and that's something I can teach you. Okori, I came here for my medical records. Aphora blinks. What? Okori, pretty common birth parent stuff. Are there any diseases I'm particularly prone to? With my sandwich heritage. I can't get over it. You're calling yourself a sandwich. The bread on each side of face. What are you? Okay, anyway, sorry. Okori says, yeah, I do have... Oh, no, wait, I skipped. Sandwich heritage. Aphora stares at her and she says, this is just one big joke to you, isn't it? You've been speaking out of one side of your mouth since you came here. Okori, yeah, I do have trouble taking this place seriously, because so do you. Aphora is almost snarling now. You're not angry that I've neglected my city or our people. You're angry that I neglected you. Okori, I'm angry that you think I care about that. Let me tell you what I care about. There's a world out there in the throes of the worst cataclysm it has ever known. There's an asteroid coming to kill off the dinosaurs, but I suspect there's a way to deflect it. And I suspect you know something you're not telling, something that could help. Aphora, and why do you think that? Why do you think your heritage is inextricably entwined with the fate of the entire Earth? What a princessly arrogance you possess. Okori, because it's like you said. I've seen this city in my dreams. Aphora laughs without humor. We all see it in our dreams. That's what you fail to understand. That's how we commune. She looks out the window again, down at the repair and construction work. In dreams we walk these streets again. We are never far from them. The sands of Af, the sands of time, and the sands of sleep are but the same. We carry our city everywhere we go. Okori, I see it in my dreams, but I hear the voice of an ancient beast. A beast that lives inside of me, a beast I think you know. Aphora stares at her, but Okori continues. There's a connection between our people and the crisis happening topside, between the Giftschreiber and the Schrift Stellar, uncontained and the unyielding. Then there's a footnote that says SCP-001A and SCP-001B, twin entities of chaos and order, presumed cause of the present reality breakdown. Ooh, okay. But she said, I want to know what that is. Aphora, you're grasping for connections where none exist. Dr. Okori snarls, so are you. Then there's silence on recording. Tell me the story. Tell me about the mural with the split figure. Aphora continues to stare at her, but her eyes are narrowing. You've been digging deep. Okori, I know that. I don't know the story. Tell me. Aphora sighs. It isn't a commemoration. It's a prophecy. Okori, of what? Aphora, of something that happened 2,000 years earlier. Okay, so then it is a commemorate. What the or something that happened 2,000 years later. It was a prophecy, and then it did happen. So then whatever. Okay, she reaches out to touch the glass. They were seers, the denizens of what we now call the severed halls. They called our aspirations folly, dangerous, deadly folly, and they were right. Okori, they saw this coming. Aphora nods. One day their warnings became so strident, we cast them out. As their predictions became our past, each admonition seemed ever more precedent. or prescient, sorry. But the damage was done. Our fates were sealed. We moved on, never looking back, afraid to see their eyes peering back at us from so long ago, when all was promise and possibility. Okori, what happened to them, the seers? Aphora, they exit this tale and come into another. Hello, Gary-san. Okay, they exit this tale and come into another. It isn't mine to tell, even if I wanted to, but our people have a legend. Okori, only the one? Aphora, yes. And then she's silent for a moment, but continues. It's a rhetorical explanation of the nature of the world. Dr. Okori, okay. Aphora, and a badly reductive one at that. It tells of chaos and order enveloping each other in the form of opposite-oriented spirals, each waning and waxing as the other one waxes and wanes. Okori, I've heard that model before. Aphora, I know you have. Okori, that's how the Gift Schreiber and the Schrift Stellar describe their conflict, which ends with the end of the world. Aphora, there's nothing in this myth about the end of the world. It's merely allegorical, a way of understanding primordial forces. Okori, and a pertinent one? What do the figures on the mural represent? The half-men. Aphora, you will never need to know. Okori, I've met them. Aphora, what? Okori, they live in my house. They're at Site 43. God damn. They live in my house. I never need to know. It's my neighbor, dude. Okay. Aphora turns away from the window, her attention now fixed on Dr. Okori. That's impossible. Okori, you didn't know? The cryptomancer sure did. They even sent a guy to shoot one of them. Aphora's eyes widen. Shoot? What happened? They didn't die? Okori, they're in a coma. Aphora, which one? Which one was shot? Okori, what's it matter? They're only allegories. Aphora, Kalila. Okori, my name is Udo Okori. Aphora sighs in frustration, glaring up at the ceiling for a moment before resuming her focus. Udo. She's finally calling her the right frickin' name. Udo, this is important. Which one did they shoot? Okori, I'll tell you if you tell me the real story. There's silence, but then Aphora says, fine. Aphora sits on the floor. After a moment, Dr. Okori joins her. The Queen begins sketching out a rough approximation of the mural seen in Addendum 8141-14. So that's the half people and the little guy. Okay. Sorry. What do you mean sorry? You're okay, DJ. And I'm sorry you woke up. I don't mean to wake you up. It's okay. Go eat. It's alright. Good night. Okay, good night. Eat well. Take care. We will see you again soon. Okay. Aphora says, you're right. The figures are literal. We call them Yeshael, the goddess of order, and Ashael, goddess of chaos. She taps the black and white half figures as she says these names. Okori, goddesses? That's not right. Aphora, it's been a long time. Even deities change. Okori, how long precisely? Aphora, precision is difficult. I won't explain why, but it's been ages and ages. At any rate, since these beings were created. Okori, what created them? Aphora, you need to understand the context. We had our powers and we were hunted for them. We had our city and we were hated for it. We were surrounded by people who didn't want to understand us, just wanted us gone. At best. At worst, they wanted to take what we had. Our home, our abilities, for hundreds of years, the sands swallowed them up. Okori, you killed them. Aphora, of course, you'd have done the same. Her eyes narrow again as she inspects Dr. Okori. Aphora, you have done the same. When was it? Okori, a long time ago. Aphora, how did it feel? Was it... And she interrupts. Okori says, I'm not telling stories today. You are? Aphora shrugs. Fine. For hundreds of years, we fought our neighbors, shifting the city deeper beneath the sands, even combining our efforts to move it inch by inch toward new, less hostile climates. Or climes. Sometimes, we emerged to share our wisdom with those who would listen. few though they were, and we found that our efforts succeeded and failed in accordance with the rhythm of the world, the human world. Its progress through an endless cycle backward and backward again, always progressing in the end, but not by much, and never without a cost. This was inherent in the nature of mankind, Okori, and it still is. Therefore, yes. Once we understood the nature of this cycle, we sought to control it, not to harness the power, you understand, but to shift its balance, to make the world safer, more logical, less fearful, less ignorant. We wanted to change these key aspects of the universe. Okori, and did you? Aphora, yes and no. Our greatest minds spent hundreds of years engrossed by the problem and, at last, devised a solution. We could make the world negotiable by making it receptive to negotiation, by enabling ourselves to converse with these forces directly. Okori, speak truth to power. Aphora, that's right. So we created them. Okori, you created Aphora, them, the goddesses. We created them as anchors for their concepts, archons of order and chaos. Okori, you made goddesses. Aphora, that's right. We needed them to exist, so we made it so. You created the unyielding and the uncontained. Aphora, if that's what you call them, then yes, we did. Okori, how did your negotiations go? Aphora laughs bitterly. Not well. Okori, seems like you guys make enemies wherever you go, huh? Tell me, how did your first world die? Aphora, I've told you what you asked. Which one was disabled? Silence on recording. And then Okori says, order. Aphora sucks air through her teeth. Okori, why is one any worse than the other? Aphora, because chaos is on the upswing, and without order to counterbalance it. Okori, oh, well, you don't need to explain that part. We already know. Aphora, you already know. Okori, yeah, the world is falling apart. We've got research teams on the case, lots of internal publications, working groups, that sort of thing. We're going to crack it. Aphora, it's going to crack the earth. Okori, nah, we'll get it sorted. Aphora, you can't stop it. Okori, we will. Aphora, you've never stopped it before. Silence on recording. Okori, what's that mean? Aphora rises to her feet, but doesn't respond. Okori, where are you going? Aphora, to see whether what you've told me is true. Dr. Okori stands as well and says, it is. Aphora, then I feel very sorry for your friends. Okori, and me? Aphora, no, you will be quite safe down here. Okori scoffs and says, the end of the world is a pretty superficial thing, huh? Surface level? Aphora, no. Our secrets just happen to be a lot deeper than you realize. Okori, I know about the ritual. I suspect I know what it does. I won't be party to it. Let me go. Aphora, no. Dr. Okora advances on Aphora, hands raised. Let me go. Aphora looks down at Dr. Okori's hands. She does not appear to be intimidated, and then there is a photo. That moment. Kind of looks like she's making a weird little face, but maybe she's just kind of laughing at it. I'm trying to... It's kind of weird the way that's... Anyway, looks like we're looking at Mom. She's got her head tilted up just a little bit, and then our hands are reaching out like we're going to get her, but our fingers are already curled, so they're not outstretched. They're... I don't know what we're doing. Magic stuff? I don't know. But okay. Then Aphora continues. That's your argument? The same demand twice? At least make a case for yourself. Okori, I don't need to convince you. I don't owe you an explanation. You have no right to keep me here. Let me go. Aphora, I'm a queen. I don't owe you your liberty. It's mine to give or take. Dr. Okori's hands clench into fists, and she says, you're not my queen. Aphora, you put yourself in my hands the moment you crossed into our sovereign city. I have a responsibility to your safety now, and I'm going to carry it out to the best of my abilities. Okori, I don't want your safety. I want to go back to the real world with its real problems so I can help. Ephora, and that's precisely what I can't allow you to do. Okori, why? Ephora, because you'll fail and then you'll die. Okori, everything dies. Ephora, we don't. Okori, why? Ephora, because I don't believe in death. This is interesting. So, one of the things that Savara said was that wanted you to believe in her. So I think that what you believe in is what happens, is partially what goes on here. So, if the queen doesn't believe in death, then death doesn't happen, maybe? Or, I don't know. Okay. Then there's silence on the recording before A4 picks back up. I wanted you to believe in me, Kalila, but I need you to survive. Both of you. Aphora raises her hands, and massive sand simulacra of them rise from the floor to clutch at Dr. Okori. She swats them away effortlessly, and Aphora gasps. She's surprised? Why is she surprised? Dr. Okori, you really should have tried to get to know me better. Aphora, this past was foreseen before even I was born. We have always known what lies beyond it. Okori, I think we're going to surprise you. Aphora, no, you won't. They'll destroy your foundation, then destroy your world. Only our city will survive. Okori, I don't believe that. Aphora places her hands over her breast. Her voice is pleading now. Aphora says, it is the memory of our people. It's the way of the universe. My mother, your grandmother, was the last to see it. She brought us here through the flattening of the earthly plane. She saved us, as her mother did before her, and her mother before. Okori, from what? What killed your world? Aphora, it would take a lifetime to tell you everything you don't know. My choices deprived us of that luxury, but you have to understand this will work. We'll save ourselves. It's what we've always done. Okori, fleeing from the consequences of your actions, never learning from your mistakes. Aphora, this was not our fault. We were warned, yes, but it still was not our fault. We were told we were fucking up and we still did it, but that's not our fault. Dr. Okori, how is that exactly? Aphora, the legend speaks of that day. It says the sky cracked. It says the sky cracked wide open and the finger of fate put an end to the ambitions of our forebears. Okori, does it say anything more specific? Provide a translation key for its poetic license. Aphora, our ancestors were mistrustful of words. Words can be twisted. Words can be stolen. They spoke to posterity with concepts only, images, things as precise and unchanging as this city. Okori, vague and veiled, really, also like this city. Something appears to snap in Aphora's attitude. She stands to her full height and raises her hands to match Dr. Okori's. Her eyes glow brighter than ever before, and the omni-view occludes in a rapid strobing pattern. Sand falls from the ceiling to hover at her fingertips. Aphora, I have had enough of your childish backtalk. I am the vitreous queen. And Okori interrupts, a woman of broken glass in a broken city that broke the world. You will not break me. She stamps on the floor, and the sand falls the rest of the way. Aphora shudders and brushes it off. She brushes it from her robe and hair. Her eyes are very wide. Aphora says, but the coming Sirocco will tear you to pieces, Okori, and the only thing you can think of, when confronted with it, is how to save your own skins. It's too hard to handle your responsibilities, so you take off and leave someone else to handle them, because that's the kind of person you are, Aphora. Aphora snarts. There it is, the real you, the real problem. Okori, you weren't some unwed mother trying to make ends meet. You weren't the victim of an assault. You weren't saddled with a burden you couldn't bear. You played a little game and then dumped the results on someone else's doorstep because you don't want to put in the work. You want other people to do it for you, and then you can take the credit. Your Highness of the Depths. Therefore, I should break you from the inside out, Okori, as if you could. Therefore, you're going to test me, child? Really, truly test me? Okori, I passed you years ago. You're a parlor magician compared to me. Oh, so Okori told people that they're so powerful, I don't know how. And then she thinks she's also way better than them? What's going on? Dr. Okori raises her hands above her head. Nothing appears to happen. Therefore, don't you dare raise a hand against your mother. Dr. Okori closes her eyes and then says, You've walked away from everything that could have made you more than you are. Every challenge, every threat. I've made myself more than you'll ever be. My parents, my circumstances, my friends, my enemies have shaped me into something you never could have. What did you expect to teach me here? Okori laughs. How arrogant you were to think you could. I've learned more in 20 years than you learned in a millennia. Therefore, I am mistress of the sands. Okori, you're a prop. Dr. Okori opens her eyes again. Outside the glass, a trickle of sand begins to fall from the cavern ceiling. Aphora, facing Dr. Okori, does not notice. Okori continues, I wondered for days how a woman powerful enough to raise that cavern roof could hide in mortal terror from a couple of old men and their cult of personality. And then Savara showed me, and I understood. Aphora, you know nothing. Okori, you weren't that powerful at all. You brought me here so that I would look in awe on everything you had built, everything you could do. Dr. Okori lowers her hands. Aphora, all about you, always about you, selfish brat. Okori, you wanted the power of my belief, because that's still in our blood, isn't it? The power to believe things into being, to make them what we want them to be. You wanted me to believe you were the mighty queen of the mightiest city on earth, because it's never, ever been true, and you desperately want it to be. Aphora, no. Dr. Okori advances on her, arms stretched towards the floor. Outside the glass, the dunes beyond the city walls begin to shift. Aphora, again, does not notice. Okori, with my thaumaturgy and my birthright, you thought my belief might truly make a god out of you. You've tried and failed before. That's what the bonhomme was, right? You tried to replicate the feats of your ancestors, like the fool you are, and it didn't work. It broke apart, splintered into 1,000 disparate gods of the night. I'm not the one who wasn't good enough. It was you. Aphora, no. Okori, you didn't raise the roof on your own. The others were propping you up. It was a display for my benefit. Aphora, no. Okori, and the only reason the city's still here is that the rest of them haven't shown up yet. You can't do the ritual without them. I'll bet you would if you could. Leave them all behind with the rest of the human chaff. Aphora, but Okori interrupts. Yes, I am not an idiot. I won't overestimate you twice, but you continually underestimate me, and I think it's time you answered for that. Aphora, what position do you think you're in to teach me a lesson? Okori, exactly the position I need. The middle of your precious hidey hole. The glass abruptly shatters. Aphora cowers down just for a moment, then stands up and stares out at the city below. It has begun to shake. The figures on the streets and rooftops, distant specks of light, begin springing for cover. Aphora, what are you doing? Dr. Okori, you cast down your home, Aphora, and live down to it. It's time for your people to stand and be counted. Dr. Okori lifts her hands again. The ground quakes. A dull roar fills the air, rising in pitch and intensity. So she brought everybody up under Site 71, probably. That's why she sent her girlfriends there. For whatever happens to her head when she can't remember, and she's bringing it all back together, or maybe she had a different plan and was being secret about it. I don't know, but okay. She's going to send us back up. That's what those little paths were. I don't think it was a past version of City. Or maybe she did blow it up. I don't know. Okay. It's time for your people to stand and be counted. Dr. Okori lifts her hands again. The ground quakes, a dull roar fills the air, rising in pitch and intensity. Sand begins pouring in vast quantities from the cavern city. Aphora, this is a bluff. You're bluffing. No, wow. Okori, no more heads in the sand. Aphora raises her own hands again. She clenches and unclenches her fingers, eyes shining so brightly they are almost white. She screams and stumbles, and the camera view begins to swim as Dr. Okori staggered and falls to her knees. Okay, so what Aphora did is went for her kid's brain while her kid was going for everywhere else. And now we have a photo. There's a bit more drama, but I'm going to interrupt it before the big drama. As we see chaos, we see a photo of, it looks like we can see her bones glowing, honestly. We see Mom in her dress. Looks like there's a big slit in the skirt. We can see the bare leg on one side, and things are very glowy, and it's tilted. It looks like there's quaking, and there's sand everywhere. It's very chaos. Alright. Aphora raises her hands again. Okori has staggered to her knees. Aphora yells, "Stop!" Chunks of sandstone masonry fall from the ceiling. Aphora bats them away into the cavern below. She loses her balance again, barely remaining upright, but we know Okori is on her knees. Omni-transmission clarifies as the chamber fills with light from the billions of excited granules. Aphora, stop! Stop this now! And that's when she's on the knees, I guess. And then we have Dr. Okori raises her voice to compensate for the sound of the entire cavern reorienting itself. Okori, I thought this is what you wanted. The pillars behind Aphora begin to fall. Okori, I made the city my own. Aphora stares, eyes widening, then dives for Dr. Okori. Oh, that's when she goes down. She snatches up the leather satchel, which normally contains Dr. Okori's supply of Vim Harene, unlatches it, and turns it upside down. It is empty. Okori, you really should have given me that tour. Aphora lunges forward again and grasps Dr. Okori around the torso. Aphora says, please, please stop. It takes all of us, every single one of us, to manage this. You can't. Dr. Okori pulls herself to her feet, and Aphora falls to the floor. Okori, I'm not all of you. The roof of the cavern splits, and a rain of water and leaves and stone comes pouring in to crash over the roofs and streets of the city of Af. Okori, I'm better than that. The city begins to rise. Okori, I'm one of me. Transmission ends. Oh my god. So now we get to see what it really was, what's going on here. The Covert Foundation satellite retasked by Dr. Ostrowskis captured the following imagery subsequent to the above transmission, which was received at Site 43 in real time as the city of Af emerged from a stretch of farmland in Saskatchewan, Canada. Okay, so they blew up Jordan, but this city of Af is emerging. Wait, but then how is she out here but Okori down there? What is the timing of all this? Anyway, okay. The city was under Saskatchewan, not Jordan, but they blew up Jordan. I don't know what that's about. And then they have a photo, and it's satellite imagery of the new location of interest post-emergence. And I think, honestly, that it was the same Site 71 photo with the green pictures. The green squares. It would make sense. That's very Saskatchewan coded. And then all of the windy paths. It adds up. But then it says, Dr. Okori's Omni issued one final uncorrupted batch of audio-visual data at this time transcribed below. So then there's the last little piece. Transmission begins. Daylight streams in through the shattered window of the Palace of Af. Through the dust rising up to the sky, a helicopter can be seen in the distant tree line. A voice booms out, artificially amplified. The voice is, "This is Chief Delphina Ibanez of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 43. The full extent of your city has been targeted by an orbital weapons platform with precision, speed, and wattage sufficient to make you miss your date with the apocalypse. And I have it now on a hair trigger. I would recommend diplomacy, but give me any reason, and I will glass your sandcastle. Transmission ends. I'm a little confused by the timeline of this, because I thought that Ibanez and the other girlfriend went down after, and this has happened. I'm very confused with that, but okay. Maybe this next couple of stuff will clear things up. Addendum 814120, immediate aftermath. And by the way, Gary-san, I plan to do the Kalimba if we have time, but I want to finish this story. Oh my gosh. We gotta do that first. Okay. Immediate aftermath. Addendums 814116 and 18 have proven to be inaccurate descriptions of the events of October 13 to 14th. A revised summary of these events is presented below. Okay. So the weird timeline is going to be fixed here in this little summary, I guess. Chief Ibanez and Dr. Ostrowskis each possess an amateur interest in archaeology and geophysics, with a little footnote that says, geophysics is a field of science dedicated to revealing subterranean structures. Oh, yeah. Okay. Acting on suspicions conveyed to them by Dr. Sokalski, they employed Foundation satellite imaging to search for any sudden and widespread alterations of greening patterns in farmland and countryside worldwide. The Department of Archaeology proprietary Eye of Faith software swiftly identified the site pictured in Addendum 814118, and Dr. Trauskis requested permission from ETRA to treat this as the prime candidate for the location of the city of Ath, rather than Dr. Okori's preferred target. Permission was granted. Dr. Okori's target was destroyed via orbital laser strike to preserve the impression of full confidence in her reasoning. Chief Ibanez then ordered Epsilon 43 to Saskatchewan to begin first contact procedures and engage in emergency veil maintenance under the guise of examining a potential former site of the supposedly annihilated city. Okay, so yeah, they were saying that it was the former site, but they knew that it wasn't. Shortly before their arrival, the city was violently extruded from its subterranean basin beneath a patchwork of canola fields. Immediate veil maintenance required was minimal, and as Dr. Okori had correctly surmised that the Aphians had purchased the land above their city to keep it free of non-aligned activity, and as redirecting civilian satellites is a routine element of Foundation disinformation efforts. After securing the surrender of the city of Af, Chief Ibanez radioed Site 43 to order the arrest of the putative Dr. Okori. You arrested your girlfriend? Oh no. This order... Wait, the putative? Double checking putative. What is that word? Let's double check what it means. So generally assumed Dr. Okori. So they... Oh, are they thinking of fake Dr. Okori? Okay. This order was carried out by Security and Containment Chief Hachiro Kuroki with thaumaturgical support from the Collective Faculty of Applied Occultism. His target surrendered to him without resistance, willingly dropping the mimetic glamour on her person once safely in containment. Oh. Okay, so there was a mimetic glamour, there was a fake Okori, and she refused to speak to any member of site personnel other than the true Dr. Okori herself. So the girlfriend said, arrest the imposter. This is not my girlfriend. Meanwhile, they're doing this stuff. So this all was happening at the same time because Okori, the real Okori, was still underground. And the topside Okori was a fake one the whole time. That wanted to blow somewhere else up so that they could get the Foundation off their back. Okay. At this time, the lockdown on Area 71 was suddenly released. MTF Nu 7 entered this faculty to find its staff now recovering from exposure to a virulent mimetic stunt agent and malnutrition/dehydration. Oh no. The true Dr. Okori was speedily retrieved from the city of Af by Chief Ibanez and Dr. Astrauskis. So they said, no, we're not going back because we know, nuh-uh, that ain't my girlfriend. There's stuff to do over here. As a garrison force arrived from Site 34 to begin the city's transition into a location of interest, Epsilon 43 returned to its home base with all personnel. Subsequent to a full medical checkup and psychological clearance, Dr. Okori proceeded to her doppelganger's detention cell to begin the intake process. A transcript of their meeting is appended below. Do you want to guess that this is her sister? Oh my gosh, it totally is her sister. Oh my god. Okay. Addendum 8141-21, Insurgent Interview. A full transcript of Dr. Okori's interview with POI 81412, Savara, is appended below. And they actually refer to her as Savara in this, as they had done in her little Omni transmissions, which is nice, not referring to her as a number for the whole thing. Savara is sitting at the interrogation table, head turned to one side. Dr. Okori sits down across from her, drumming the table cheerfully. Hey, sis, Okori says. Savari, I'm not going to answer to that. Okori, that's fair. Pretty awkward connection for me to lean on, considering. Savara glances at her and smiles. Well, I mean, I kind of did it myself. Okori, you kind of did, eh? Savara turns to look directly at Dr. Okori. Savara, you rejected her. Everything she stands for, everything you are. Is it a punishment? Are you really that petty? Okori, a punishment? For what? Savara's eyes narrow, the orange glow still bright from the nearly closed slits. Savara, you know. Okori, no, I don't. If you're talking about how she left me with 2 loving parents and stayed out of my life, a life to which she could have added no value at all, and let me alone to become my own person, no. No, I'm not punishing her for that. Then we also see a photo of Savara, POI 81412. Darker skin, bright red eyes, dark hair. He's smiling, little side look. I guess this is a photo inside, and she's wearing some dark beads. They remind me of a rosary, but I can't see all of it. Okay. Okay, thanks, Gary. Alright, Savara scoffs. Your own person? In the Foundation? You've become a puppet, Udo. Okori, and you haven't? How much time did you spend hanging around that death cult, Savara? Savara, just enough to learn what I could from them. Okori, enough to become a gift Schreiber? Savara, I was a quick study, which was good because I couldn't hang around for long. Okori, why's that? Savara, because I was a quick study. They would have figured out where I was from sooner or later. People like us, we take to that magic like cactus to water. Okori, because it comes from us in the final analysis. Savara, that's right. We're born to it. It's part of our birthright, like the sands. Okori, and they wouldn't have been impressed if they figured out where you were from. Savara, not so much. We're all refugees from the same cataclysm, but not from the same society. Okori, now I imagine if I press you on this, Savara, I'll tell you I only know the broad strokes, and you'll have to get your answers elsewhere. Okori, no big surprise. Dr. Okori says, you never get all the answers in one place, or from one person. Savara, how did they find the city anyway? Okori, Savara, your friends, how did they find Af? Okori, crop marks. Savara, what? Okori, my girlfriends loved that shit, and it was on my mind at the time when we visited the farms up top. I poured about half of my Vim Harene into the aqueduct. While we climbed back down, I ran those grains against the current back to the source and split the aquifer. Savara, I don't understand. Dr. Okori shifts excitedly in her chair. This is exactly what the big old millipede asked about. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okori says, city that big? That close to the surface. Like it was until recently, the walls would have stunted the roots of every plant in a wide radius. You'd see the ghost of their outline in the color of the crops. So dear old Mum sunk the city deeper and put those hydroponics up there. They were never to feed the city. They were to green up the grass so people wouldn't know where we were. I sucked out the water, dehydrated the foliage, and hey, presto, crop marks. Silence on recording. Savara. That's actually pretty good. Okori, right? Savara sighs. Okori continues. Why did you do what you did, though? What was the point of pretending to be me and lasering out an empty stretch of desert? Savara, not so empty. Af was there at one point. It had to be a believable target. There were signs in the sand. Okori, okay, but still, why? Savara, pretending to be you was always my plan. The lasering was emergent. Okori, you wanted the Foundation to think Af had been destroyed so we would leave you alone? So the Giftschreiber and Schriftsteller would too? Savara, it was the best I could come up with on the spot. Okori, it would have destroyed all life on Earth, you know. The ritual? Savara, I didn't know that when I was first planning it out. Okori, kind of an important detail. Savara, I thought so too, when she told me. Okori, she told you? Savara, yeah. I hauled you into her tower, told her what you'd been up to, told her she'd been wrong to try and rely on you, that you'd never fit in. She agreed. Okori, I'll bet she did. Savara, I think she was impressed that I managed to knock you out. She decided to tell me the whole story, what the ritual really was. Okori, and? There's silence on the recording, but Okori continues. Couldn't go through with it, could you? Savara, it would have made us worse than them. Hello, Divide! Welcome back. We are wrapping up. Savara pretended to be Okori. That's what was going on. In reality, Okori was always under the sand the whole time. The girlfriends were not trying to break up with her. They just had the feeling. They knew that the real Okori was not out of the sand yet. Okay. Well, we haven't confirmed that part, but that's my theory. Okay. It would have made us worse than them, Savara said quietly. Okori, so the lasering wasn't to convince her to leave? Savara, no. I was going to convince her to leave by showing how advanced your files were. How no matter where we ran, you'd catch up with us eventually. She'd agree to trigger the ritual and we'd be free, but that cost. Savara shakes her head. So instead, I thought if I could tell her you were capable of locating and destroying the city, she'd consider coming to the table. Just maybe. Okori, in other words, I reached you. Savara, no, in other words, I don't want my mother to have a genocide on her hands. Silence on recording. And then Okori, why did you spend so much time digging into my files? You could have gotten that laser cannon fired on day 1, made your point and got away without anyone being the wiser as far as you knew. Savara's eyes narrow. I wanted to know what you knew. Our people never interact with the cults. I've been piecing everything together myself, and I hit a brick wall with my friends, let's call them. So I wanted to see if you were close to finding us. Sure, but more importantly, finding a solution. A way out of this mess, which, well... Savara smiles sadly. Bad news. Dr. Okori, trust me, it's not news. Savara, still, even if I couldn't convince her, I thought we might be able to use what little you had figured out next time around. Okori, next time around? There's silence on the recording, but then Okori. We've interrogated a few of them over the years, you know. The various death cultists. Maybe you found that in the files you stole, but they're always talking about how just before the dust settles, they'll be whisking themselves away to a new world. That sort of thing Aphora was saying. This has happened before? Savara, that's a question for your mother, except, oh, wait. Okori, well, I do think she'll talk. I don't think we've left her any choice. Savara, you've doomed them all. We've doomed them all. Okori, they've doomed us all. But I don't believe in fate. I'm confident that if we all work together, we'll be able to find a way through this. Savara smiles. I was right. Okori, about? Savara, you being an idiot. Okori, is that why you thought your little ruse would work? Savara, which ruse? Pretending to be you? They fell for it immediately. Oh, that's sweet of you, Mask. Give a hug to all of chat. That's cute. Dr. Okori chuckles. No, you fell for their act. Remember how you woke up in H&P dazed and confused? That was the after effects of amnestic treatment. Savara, what? Okori, yeah, you met with Harry. You went back to your room. Harry went to the director's office. They called in Chief Kuroki from S&C. Harry told them both you weren't me. The chief detained you. Lillian interrogated you. And Dr. Forsyth amnesticized you. Savara recoils. What? That's ridiculous. Your girlfriends weren't here. The aura reader wasn't here. Okori, they didn't need to be. You were screwed from the start, which is why you still don't understand. I knew the girlfriends were like, that ain't our girlfriend. Okay. Savara, you might as well try to explain. Okori, my family was here. Silence on recording. Savara, so what? They just let me go on doing what I was doing, sniffing around, influencing things? Okori, and staging that attack on Area 71. I take it that was your gift Schreiber contacts? Savara, I should get a little credit for telling them not to kill anybody. Okori, we'll count that as good behavior, sure. I saw the transcripts of your consults, by the way. How'd you know to call Harry Harry? How'd you know to call them Del and Roz? Savara, you talk in your sleep. Silence on recording. Okori, I wish I hadn't asked. This transcript really won't help get my security credentials back now. Damn it. I'll never get my level 4. That's cute. Savara, but really, do you seriously expect me to believe the glamour didn't confuse these people? Not even a little? They took me into their confidence. All of them. Okori, you don't know what their confidence looks like because you don't know them, but they know me, and they knew that's who you weren't. They let you see what they wanted you to see, let you think you were influencing things because that interrogation didn't go so hot, and they couldn't figure out what you were really after. But we've dealt with spies like you before. Give them a long enough leash, and they'll drag you all the way to their goal eventually. Savara, what a stupid gambit. I could have killed them all. Dr. Okori laughs. Savara, what's so funny? Okori, do you not even know where you are? This is Site 43. We decompose gods. You never stood a chance. Savara leans forward, elbows on the table, and looks Dr. Okori directly in the eye. So, is that your big plan? Decompose the gods? Okori, you want to know what the plan is? Savara, enlighten me. Okori, no, seriously. You're interested? Invested, even? Savara, I'm not signing up Savara clears her throat. Udo, you might be my sister, but she's still my mother. Dr. Okori, one empathizes. Savara, yeah, I guess you do at that. Okori, but I wasn't offering you a job, Savara. Most people don't end up at the Foundation via insurgency. Savara, right. That's how they leave. My mistake. Dr. Okori, not the only one you've made, but please answer the question. Do you care where the story goes from here? Savara, you've trapped us all on this lump, so yes. I'd love to know how you plan to save it. Okori, terrific. I'll tell them you've accepted. Savara, accepted what? As she frowns. Okori, the ambassadorship. Savara, what are you talking about? Okori, as of about an hour ago, your now shiftless city has been registered as an anomalous free port of the SCP Foundation. Diplomatic relations will open as soon as we confirm with your mother that our chosen representative is acceptable to her. Savara, me? She'll never... Okori, it was her idea. Savara stares at Dr. Okori. Her idea. Okori, maybe she thinks you need to get out of the house more. No, you did not, Gary-san. We're still finishing up the story. I'm sorry. Silence on recording, and then Okori says, which reminds me, I need to call my mother. The transcript ends, and I guess she's going to call her real mom because she hasn't talked to her in a while. And after a brief consideration period, POI 81412 accepted the nomination. So Savara is going to be an ambassador to the city and the foundation. This is interesting. Okay, there's still a chunk left, at least a bit of chunk. Oh my goodness. Oh, now you hug Cage. You're giving out hugs. Oh, Cage hug first. Oh my gosh, you cuties. Oh, the little hugs. Okay. Addendum 814122. 22 friggin' addendums, and not a one of them... No, a couple of them were kind of short, but very few of them were short. Reclassifications. Alright. Whew. In the light of the above events, Dr. Okori's Type Blue classification has been raised from Class 3 Magus to Class 4 Archmagus, as her actions regarding Provisional Freeport 09 have resulted in numerous Foundation commendations, and her loyalty to its organizational principles is beyond question. Her threat level remains at rank 4, and her level 4 security clearance level and post as Chief of Applied Occultism have been restored. Yay! Woohoo. Going through much. Hugs are very appreciated. Much love, y'all. Hell yeah, everybody spam with hugs. I demand it. No, do what you want, but I'm gonna drop in with a little guy. This adorable guy. And then lots of hugs. And then. Ooh. It's being stupid. Okay. There you go. Hugs. We're doing as many hugs as the bot will allow. It seems the bot does not allow. Oops. But okay. I chose be up. Yay! We hugs. Good. Thank you, Ronsis. Okay. Alright, so Okori has gotten her stuff back. This is a nice little epilogue so far. Dr. Astrauskis, has inaugurated a new study into the single unexplained element in Dr. Okori's field emanations. The corona, I think it was, potentially necessitating further reclassification of the nature of SCP-8141. A transcript of her tentative findings, as presented to Dr. Okori and Chief Ibanez, is appended below. Transcript begins with a photo of Astrauskis and Ibanez's file photos. Astrauskis is wearing a funky scarf and glasses, and she's smiling. Ibanez is not smiling. Both of them are black and white photos with dark-haired, pale-looking women in the black and white photos. Transcript begins. Dr. Okori, Dr. Astrauskis, and Chief Ibanez are sitting in the Applied Occultism Section Personnel Lounge. The former in an armchair, the latter two on a couch facing her. Dr. Astrauskis, I figured out what the corona is in Udo's aura. Okori, go on. Astrauskis, it's a Kiva energy. There's a 13th footnote here. A Kiva energy is the residuum of theological activity. So she's calling her part deity. What are you kidding me? What? Dr. Okori's eyes widen. What? Ibanez stares at Astrauskis. She's a goddess? Okori, I'm not a goddess. Chief Ibanez stares at Dr. Okori. I'm not a goddess. You say to your girlfriends that are probably thinking, yeah, you are. You're totally a goddess. Ibanez says, yeah, I'm the leader of this trifecta, but you can't say Roz doesn't worship you. That's cute. Dr. Okori sighs nervously. You're making jokes about this? Ibanez, I recover fast. One of us has to. Roz, what does the Akiba mean? Astrauskas, Roz. I do have a theory, actually. Your talent, Udo. Okori, yeah. Astrauskas, it manifested very early. Prepubescent sorceresses aren't really a thing. Reality benders, sure, but thaumaturges, not thaumaturges, except for you. Okori, so? Ostrowski, so your affinity with the sand might not have anything to do with the luck of the draw, but it also might not strictly be hereditary either. Your mom never explained why you've all got sand powers. Okori, it's not just sand powers. Ostrowskis, it is for them, as far as non-ontokinetic abilities go. You're special because you're biologically related to a real type blue, and you were raised by two of them. That's probably why you can expand to other granular things. Even things that are only conceptually granular, they can't. They're just sand. Okori, right. Why? Ostrowskis, they're just sand. Okori, you said that. Okori's eyes widened further. Oh, wait, no. Ibanez, what? Okori, she's not saying. Ostrowskis, how did they make those gods again? What did you think your mother wanted you for again? Okori, they're personified universal forces. They powered up on belief. Oh, Roz, this is insane. We be reading today. We do. Shield Hero Light, welcome. What are you saying? What are you saying? Just say the thing. I don't know. Okay. Oh, Roz, this is insane. Astrauskis, Roz says, one of us is going to have to say it out loud. Yes, please. Ibanez, might as well be her. It's her people. Okori, they're not my people, but... Okay, are you saying... You are. Dr. Strauskis is nodding. Okay, Mask, please eat and take care of yourself. Extra careful if you're going through the stuffs. Big hugs. Big hugs. Thank you. We had 2 SCP and which 2 would you choose? I have no idea, my dude. I am just... Whew. I is taking a rest around the lake. Oh, that is adorable, but I love it. You is taking a rest. Go eat. What are you saying this? You are saying this. Nodding. Okori says, you're saying they made themselves the personifications of sand. Astrauskis, yes. Ibanez, the goddesses of sand. Astrauskis, yes. Okori, we're thought forms, sort of, self-imagined. Astrauskis, think of it more like thought formal wear. What? Okori, that's why they're immortal. She said she doesn't believe in death. Oh my god. Chief Ibanez makes a mock praying gesture in her direction. My goddess. Okori, this is a lot. Silence on recording. Okori then goes, Ostrovsky's what? Okori, she expected me to follow in her footsteps, be a second edition of her. And it wasn't just in my genetics. You're saying it was written into the universe. Reality was designed for me to fit into it in a very specific way. Ostrowskis, and you didn't. Okori, and I didn't. Ibanez, because you didn't want to. Okori, because my parents raised me better, nurture over nature. Ostrowskis, it wasn't just them, it was you too. Okori, it can't be innate though. That's sort of reality bending. It has to be something you learn, or else I would have been altering my surroundings all the time, all these years. Ostrowskis, I think that's correct. The reason I never noticed the corona until now, unless I'm badly mistaken, is that it didn't exist until now. It started when your mother told the other Aphians you were coming. She was trying to make them believe in you. Ibanez, I'll fucking bet they believe in you now. She did raise it out of the ground. Ostrowskis, yeah, you're probably, Okori, pretty dangerous now. Ibanez, you were plenty dangerous before, one of your best qualities. Ibanez, I love your sass. My god, I love you. Okori, but the stuff I did before that, the stuff I've done with my talent? Ostrowskis, that was all you. Okori, you're sure? Ostrowskis, we can never be sure, but it's the only thing that makes sense. The slow aging, that's something they did to everyone carrying their genes, but I don't think they gave you superpowers, if that's what you're worried about. Ibanez, not until yesterday, at least. Corey, I don't know. Astrauskas, well, I do. Back me up, Del. Ibanez, sure. Besides the sand thing, I'd say you've got one thing in common with the Aphians. Udo, nothing more, nothing less. Corey, what's that? Ibanez, you're self-made. But transcript ends. You silly ladies being silly. Oh, this is fun. Ooh. Okay, so we've got just a little bit more stuff. It's a addendum for the future study after this and a couple photos, but that is done. In light of the above, Dr. Okori's SCP object containment class, special containment procedures, and threat level are undergoing ETRA review in tandem with this file's comprehensive overhaul. So when they saw that chat, they're like, okay, we need to panic. She's intense. Oh my god, panic. But don't tell her, probably. All right. But here's the final addendum, number 23, the future study. Though diplomatic relations with PFP-09 are only tentative at this time, this is the city that she raised up, a small group of Foundation researchers has been permitted to operate an advanced research facility within the walls of the city of Af, in return for aid in obscuring its location and assisting with excavation and repairs after its explosive exit from the Earth. POI 81411, the Vitreous Queen of Af, Aphora, has assured the Department of Tactical Theology that the ritual chamber and the materials required to complete the thaumaturgical working severing the city from baseline reality and collapsing the latter were completely destroyed in the transition. Dr. Okori has confirmed that this was her intention. To date, 2 noble discoveries have been made at the Advanced Research Facility. First, it has been determined through a paragarment dating of residual plant fibers that PFP-09 structures vary wildly in age, from 500 years to upward of 4,000. Some structures cannot be dated at all, even with the application of paratechnological measures. These discrepancies have not yet been explained, and POI 81411 has been unforthcoming on the matter. She has, however, agreed to discuss the circumstances of her city's departure from its reality of origin with Protocol Gyrus personnel at a later date. Second, the mural identified by Dr. Okori has now been examined under better lighting conditions and photographed non-somatically. As suspected, it depicts 6 figures gesturing to a larger, bifurcated figure flanked by representations of the sun and the moon. And then we see the photo. So, if you remember, I described that there was like a weird brightness and then darkness and then different branch. When we see this photo, it looks like that's just the textures of the rock. That is not part of the painting. The parts that are painting, I will describe as, on the left, we have the half of the person that is dark. The half of the person that has a semicircle moon pointing towards the right side, and we have the 3 people doing their little bendy thing. There is the little carving that looks to have interrupted it, but that's just the rock. That's not the paint. That's not the art. On the left side, there is the lighter half of the person, a bigger circle, the sun probably, and there are 3 people. What I thought might have been like a tree, just rock texture. Then we have, it feels like there's a very faint little squiggle at the bottom, and when we go further down, there's another photo that I think explains it even better. So the first one was parietal art within PFP-09, and then we have parietal art within PFP-09 enhanced. It says, this closer analysis revealed faint pigmentation running through the image, originating at the bottom edge and bisecting the central figure. Somatically enhanced photoacoustic imaging was employed to reveal the missing information reconstructed below. The implications of this additional iconography remain unknown at present. What is this? Well, that's the weird squiggle I was talking about. It looks kind of... Imagine a volcano going off and then lava falling down straight from the top and then little squiggles as it's finding its way further away. It kind of looks like a lava drip to me. If you imagine at the tippy top of this painting right in the middle, that's where the pointiest bit of this bright line begins. It splits the person in half, but it never felt like it was properly, the person got cut in half and here's one half and the other half. It always felt like it was a person that had a line painted over them, which here it is. It splits the person in half and then it squiggles to the right, squiggles back to the left, then squiggles all the way to the right and dips right down past where the photo's taken into the corner. So that, yeah, it looks kind of like that. We do not know what these implications are. What is this? What the heck? But it's very interesting. And finally, we can say the end to SCP-8141. And now, after an hour of waiting, Gary-san, I will be playing the kalimba for a while. I don't know if we'll do anything else tonight. I have finished the SCP. Woohoo! It was a very long one. I was mildly nervous that it was going to end up being so freaking long that I would not even finish it tonight within reasonable time. But here we are, we have plenty of time. And I'll collect my kalimba. Okay, scoot on over, bud. Making room. Okay. Thank you for the claps, bud. Okay. I'm gonna scoot in, I'm gonna move the mic a little bit, so I'm gonna mute so that there's not very loud and annoying for you. Okay, the mic is pointing just a little bit down for when I play the kalimba. We are going to do that now, if everybody's on board. Boop, boop. We're doing the spooky. There we go. What is this one? It has been a very long time since we did the happy birthday, and I felt like it was relevant. I try again. You know what? I did what I could. Ooh, we'll do humming next. You got it. But I'm gonna play the kalimba for a little while because I made it way so long and it's fun. Another one. Another one. Okay, little stumble, not too bad. We got more Kalimbas. It's a good one if I can get it. Try that. Wow, okay, I'm just stumbling. Misread that. I'll try again. I did better that time. Okay. I'll do this one. I'm doing each of the songs because it's been a while since Kalimba. And yeah. Alright. Last one before hums. I'm going to know. Close enough. Okay. Oh, my voice. I stopped talking for 2 seconds and my voice. The frogs in my throat. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a Okay, you just sit right there. Never mind. Oh, don't. We go to hummies. Thank you. Alright. What should we have? Wait. Actually, I'm gonna hydrate first. Because my throat. Okay. I realized in the middle of that I misspelled humming. No. Okay, one more. Just one more. Okay, there was our humming. We have done kalimba. We have a bit of time. We've got like an hour. I do have one more SCP prepared that isn't very long, but I don't know how long it'll actually take to read, because sometimes there's just a bunch of text pressed into one spot. Some days not so bad. I think we can do this one in an hour. I'm gonna go for it. We get one more SCP and then we're done. And this is one that we have kind of referenced before. It's probably gonna make me do a bunch of emotes. I'm gonna have a lot of feelings. Cause oh my gosh, you'll know what I mean in a minute. Thank you for hydrate. And thank you for the humming. I appreciate that one. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Get the spooky warning back up in here. Change it all up. Yes. Get the frickin' frog. All of you should be hydrating too. All of you. It is now SCP 968. Not 6969. I know. Oh, the water. Yes, drink your waters. Okay. It is our last SCP of the night. It will take a little bit, but it's also gonna be fun. This is the squonk. In my little notes of who recommended what, this one was me and others because it came up with something else and I had to be, what in the heck is a squonk? I'm gonna have to look into that. And then we looked at it and I was like, oh my god, I have to read it. So here we are, we're gonna read it. I forget how long ago this was, but I'm pleased. Okay. SCP-6968, Level 3 Confidential, 3 yellow bars. Containment Class Keter, Disruption Class Aki, Risk Class Caution. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation, MTF Delta 3, nickname Cryptozoologists, are to actively monitor acts of arson within the continental United States located west of the Mississippi River. All flyers or similar promotional materials. How does this have to do with our promotional materials for SCP-6968 are to be removed and destroyed with any exposed citizens amnesticized as necessary. An exclusionary perimeter must be established around SCP-69681 as soon as a manifestation is confirmed, and all Foundation personnel are to be prohibited from entering under the cover of wildfire damage assessment. So perimeter and then no entry because there will be arson? What's going on? All MTF agents are to be provided with 5 United States dollars prior to any expeditions into SCP-69681. Is that how much it's going to cost to go visit? What are you talking about? All SCP-69682 instances in Foundation custody have their own general care and containment documentation available to all personnel involved with SCP-6968. Please refer to document 69682, Care and Containment, for further details. Potential relocation of several SCP-69682 instances into the care of GOI Wilson's Wildlife Solutions is currently being investigated. Ooh, what you doing, Wilson? And then we have description. I'll read this a little bit, and then we're going to go to the pictures on the side. So, description is SCP-69681 refers to fantastic fearsome critters, an anomalous grouping of tents and structures superficially reminiscent of an American circus big top. The interior of the tents are empty aside from rows of cages with labeled placards affixed to the bottom of each. Thus far, no human or humanoid presences have been detected within. Okay, so they're usually empty. The marked entrance to SCP-6968's campus has a large box with a sign reading "Pay Here." It is physically impossible to enter SCP-69681 unless 5 United States dollars are placed in the box by each individual attempting to enter. Rows of what? Literal cages, not our friend Cage. There's not clones of Cage. Crazy. Like, it would be crazy if that happened, I mean. Not calling you crazy. So you have to give the money, and that is why people are given monies to enter. Okay. SCP-69681 has no fixed location and has proven capable of translocation to any continental American state to the west of the Mississippi River, most commonly manifesting in California, Washington, Arizona, and Oregon. SCP-6968 has no fixed travel pattern, and there is currently no way to predict when it will demanifest and manifest in a new location. 1 cage is enough for me. It's enough, but oh my gosh, if there was a bunch of them, it's so much. I'd have so many mods. Okay, but alright, so now we know SCP-6968 is generally the circus. The 1 is the collection of tents. But now we need to go down even further to who 2 is soon. Arrival of SCP-69681 is always heralded by a sudden, large wildfire. Oh no. These fires have proven resistant to being extinguished via both conventional and anomalous means. No wonder it's so bad. Wildfires out that way. And continue to burn away plant life until an area sufficiently large enough to contain SCP-6968 is established. Okay, so the circus is 6968. 69681 is the fire. 69682 is the other. Multiple cages would bring too much happiness and be overstimulating. Okay, I'm turning my monitors back off. Hold on. Okay, good. Yeah, I was like, you were supposed to be asleep a while ago. Okay, go to bed. Go to bed. Shut up. Shut up. That's a bit for my show, by the way. Okay. Once this is accomplished, the fire, SCP-69681 will manifest in the burned patch of land, and several advertisements for the attraction will appear in any communities within 10 kilometers. I am mildly confused by what is a 6968, what it says 69681. But I roughly understand at least. SCP-69682 refers to a collection of anomalous animals that have been recovered from the cages within various SCP-6968 manifestations. Very few of these animals bear visual similarities to naturally occurring animals, with most being morphologies that are biologically impossible. Ongoing efforts to properly catalog all species discovered by SCP-6968 and cross-reference them with existing historical records is ongoing. An abridged list of SCP-69682 entities is recorded below. So all the circus animals is below, but now instead we're going to describe the photos on the side. Our first photo is the one that convinced me to do this and the one that was referenced, the squonk. So we have a flyer for the circus that advertises the squonk. The description underneath is SCP-69681 advertisement recovered from a historic preservation society in Flagstaff, Arizona. The flyer reads, Davison's Fabulous Fearsome Creatures presents the world's ugliest creature, the squonk. We have a photo of a weird little man at the top in a circle, and on the other side, kind of on the underside of the text that's doing a little bit of a wibble, is something that looks kind of like a giant tardigrade. I don't know. This is the squonk, I suppose. And then we have a little doodle of a bunch of clowns doing smiles and stuff. And then one of them is holding up a mirror, which shows us the front side of what we are seeing from the back side as well. It looks like the tardigrade. It is a little doodle of a very sad little guy, kind of looking like a potato or a turnip with legs and a little bit of a trunk like an elephant, but very droopy eyes. And he is crying, or maybe just oozing out of his eyeballs, a green liquid on the little puddle. Is very sad. And then at the bottom of the poster it also says, from the pine forests to the ring. second largest railroad show in the world. Le squonk. And then we have a second photo that says poster recovered from SCP-69681. And this is a black and white, like it looks like just a sketch art. I can't really tell what this creature is supposed to be. Maybe it's a mountain lion with a very long tail like a whip. I don't know. Or maybe you're just sitting on a whip that's kind of coiled. It looks kind of like a cat or a bear. It's a sketch. It's an old-timey sketch. Kind of like you can't tell what animal in medieval painting is trying to do because it's freaking wild what they thought animals looked like because none of them had actually seen them. They'd only seen descriptions. But this is unclear, and there's a bit of a rock formation and tree that the rock make it look like this is the size of a mountain, but the tree make it look like this is just a cat, big cat. I don't know. At the very bottom, there was like little typewriter text that says Ding Mall, and then brackets, it says Plunkus. I assume those, or one of those, is its name. I don't frickin' know. But there you go. We have the squonk. Now we get into the table that has the description of some of the aminals. Here we go. It is listed SCP-6892 entity, then the description, and then some additional notes. First entity, SCP-69682-A. So we're just going to go by A, B, C, D, E, F, and then their description, so on. A. Entity is visually similar to a puma concolor cougar with a tail measuring 2 meters in length. The tail ends in a large spherical structure composed of bone that the entity uses to strike prey. Additional notes is none. So I assume that this is our photo of the cat with a long tail. And the little fluffiness at the end that looked like a frayed whip is actually a big ball that is bonkable. Okay, cool. B. Entity resembles a large terrestrial mammal with 4 legs. While herbivorous, I don't know, it has an extensive upper lip measuring 1 meter in length. The entity also lacks joints in its legs, so very stiff legs, okay. It is currently unclear how this creature is capable of surviving without direct human intervention, as its anatomy actively prevents it from grazing. Entity appears to match records from Western settlers originating in early 19th century. Interesting. I don't know if that's squonk or not. I don't think it is, but maybe it is. Squonk didn't have a big upper lip. It also had a trunk, so maybe no. It's not gonna be that. C. Entity resembles Alepis saxatilis scrub hare with 2 small antlers on its head. Hey, it's a jackalope. Both male and female SCP-69682-C entities bear these antlers. Notes is this entity is one of the few that has been willing to breed with other contained entities within containment. Containment personnel are asked to separate males from females. Because they breed like rabbits. There's too many. There's too many jackalopes. Oh. Okay, D. Entity resembles a small terrestrial amphibian with grossly deformed facial features and heavily wrinkled skin. Entity's face is covered in warts, boils, and other epidermis ailments. It is capable of producing large volumes of tears from its eyes, producing over 10 liters a day. This is the squonk. The entity produces a shrill crying sound when viewed by personnel and appears capable of turning invisible. Aww. Notes: no cameras or recording equipment are permitted in SCP-6962-D's chamber, as the creature appears to consider this viewing. Please don't look at me. Aw, poor little baby. E. Entity is a medium-sized, 6-legged feline with black fur. It's a kitty with 6 legs. Entity appears to be amphibious in nature. It's a dragon? Fur, but amphibious, but 6-leg. I think you're like a weird, funky dragon type, maybe. Spending an average of 14 hours a day partially submerged in water, The entity regularly emits a wailing cry described by personnel as sounding like a dying woman. Oh, what the heck are you indeed? What are you supposed to be? SCP-69682-E passed away on April 16, 2012 in Foundation custody. No other entities matching its description have been recovered from SCP-69681 since the initial Oh no, poor little weird cat. F. Entity resembles a Salmotretta, river trout, covered in a thick white coat of fur. Another water fur thing. Okay. Aside from its fur, entity displays behavior identical to the common river trout. Notes: a small school of 10 individuals has been produced due to a male and female breeding pair being recovered from SCP-69681. Entities engage in symbiotic behavior when exposed to non-anomalous river trout, forming a ring around the schools and shaking their bodies to warm, cooler waters. Oh, that's nice of them. Helping out the other trout. Go for you. Okay, and that's the end of the little chart. Historical records from states visited by SCP-69681 reveal that it has existed since approximately 1840. Records of advertisements produced by SCP-6968 reveal that it has always advertised itself as a one-of-a-kind animal sideshow attraction. Addendum 69681 Incident Report. Uh-oh. Okay. On, looks like July 23rd, 2016, 7/23/2016, Dr. Farron Caraway, footnote says, a member of Site-58 Center for Zoological Studies and acting lead for the SCP-6968 project, received a direct call in his office from an unidentified individual who later identified themselves as Marcus Davidson. As per Foundation procedure, Dr. Caraway recorded the call and alerted an available MTF for call tracing. Despite Foundation efforts, the call was unable to be traced and no records of any individual matching the name Marcus Davidson were found. A transcript of the call is provided below. Audio log, date, we said, begin log, Caraway, hello, Dr. Caraway's office, Davidson. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. It is a delight to speak with you, Dr. Farron Caraway. You are a rather difficult man to contact. Caraway, I'm sorry, who is this? Davidson, my name is Marcus Davidson, and I have an important business to discuss with you regarding some animals in your care. Caraway, I'm sorry, this is a private classified line. How did you get access to this number? Davidson, I'm a powerful man with powerful connections, Dr. Caraway. Please, let's not waste time on trivial details. By this point, Dr. Caraway had contacted command and was advised to keep the caller on the line as long as possible. Dr. Caraway, this is definitely not trivial, but I'll bite. What business are you referring to? Davidson, please pay attention, Dr. Caraway, as I have already stated my business. You have animals in your care that belong to me. Caraway, I have several animals in my care. You'll need to be more specific than that. Davidson, oh, certainly. Hiya, Don. Apologies for being unclear. I'm referring to animals stolen from fantastic, fearsome critters. Caraway, stolen? No, you're mistaken there. We rescued those animals from SCP-6968 due to the poor conditions of the fairground. Davidson, I assure you we provide only the best animal care at fantastic, fearsome creatures, and I advise you not to say otherwise. Money has been a bit tight, bit tighter than usual. But we can get to why that is in a moment. Regardless, I digress. I'm calling to formally ask your organization to not only return the animals in your custody, but also to cease and desist from further theft of our property. Likewise, we request that you cease the destruction of our advertising and restriction of civilian access to our establishment. Caraway, you know what? Let's make a deal. I can discuss with my command about potential lifting of SCP-6968 containment procedures if you're willing to give me some information regarding your fairground. Deal? Davidson, I suppose that's a fair trade. What information do you require? Caraway, these animals, where are they all coming from? Every time we've sent a team into your fairground, you've had another set of animals in there. Davidson, I have a large personal collection of the exotic Dr. Caraway. Since you insist on stealing my attractions, I've had to pull from my collection I've gathered over the past century to replace the holes. Caraway, that doesn't answer the question. Davidson, I suppose it doesn't. Fine, then. You all stole my Katarina a few years ago, do you recall? Were you all unable to discern anything from that? Dr. Caraway, apologies, but I don't really know what you mean by that. I've never even heard of a Katarina before. Davidson, a shame. And thank you for telling me you haven't heard of it. That means we need to improve our marketing. Davidson sighs. You see, people love zoos, Dr. Caraway. Beyond that, people love zoos with rare and unique creatures in them, do they not? My business prides itself on having the rarest collection of creatures possible. You see in our ads, no? We boast one of a kind for a reason. Caraway, wait, so... But Davidson picks up, and it is rather frustrating that you keep taking our exhibits from us like this. Why, I'm going to have to use the dodo at this rate, and that will simply spoil the surprise for everyone. Dr. Caraway, I'm sorry, you have a dodo? What? I'm sorry for being so lurking. Never apologize. Stop it. Don't make me bonk you. And one heck of a night, which sucks because I enjoy SCP nights, but I gotta go to bed now. Also, you said, it's okay, Cage, you don't need to be here. Before getting to this point, you opened a can of soda. Cat called Rena. Yeah, I didn't quite say that. I didn't quite say that. Oh, big cloud chair. I kind of said that. Shut up. Okay, I owe you a soda. Damn it. You go take care of yourself. And hey, we will be putting up the VOD. Eventually. We'll figure that out. I might need your help with it. Anyway, I gotta keep going because an ad's about to start without my permission and I just want to finish it. Okay, you have a dodo? Davidson, please cease the interruptions, Dr. Caraway. It is rather rude, especially when I am answering questions for you. Yes, every creature in my collection was bountiful at one point, but times change. Honestly, it's rather kind of me to preserve such creatures for as long as I have. I suppose that helps make up for them getting to this point to begin with. And yes, we do have a dodo. It's a horrid creature, and it smells terribly. Rude! Dr. Caraway, sorry to keep pelting you with questions, sir, but could you explain that a bit more? What exactly do you mean by getting them to this point? Davidson, so many questions. Yes, I used to do the dirty work myself. Wiping out a species or 10 is nothing in the grand scheme, truly. I will say that humanity has made the job easier in recent years. However, why, I've hardly had to lift a finger in procuring my creatures. Did you hear about that Mexican fish a few years back? The pup fish, I believe? I'm already drafting up some wonderfully fantastic tales about it. I'm delighted we were able to keep a specimen. Spreading these stories does take some time, but such is business. I should be able to have it on display within the next 20 years or so. Caraway. Holy shit. And I was not fast enough. I was trying to do a really quick rambling, man, but the ad's gonna come in. I really tried. It's gonna start any second. I don't want to risk. There's like 4 more lines, though. Davidson continues, but holy shit. He's getting an animal and then wiping out the rest of the species so that it's singular. Yeah. Take care. Go. Good night. Good night. Good night, everybody. I just got a little bit left. And the ad says it'll start soon, but it's taking its freaking time. There it is. Okay. I knew it was going to happen soon. Ugh. Oh, thanks for stretch. Oh, I will stretch. Hey, Fat. I know you should be able to hear me. Oh. Crickety crack. I am stretching. Where are we gonna go after this? Because I will... I will wrap up after we finish this story. And I'm not gonna read quite so speedy-like anymore. It felt like it fit the... Okay, perfect. It felt like it fit the character for him to be doing the big speedy... So I'm sorry if that was not fun for anybody. It was fun for me. I was being silly. I should be able to have it on display within the next 20 years or so. So he's intending he will be able to exterminate the rest of the pupfish and just have a few for himself. This Dr. Caraway gets surprised by that, but Davidson is pretty chill about it. Okay. Caraway says, holy shit. Davidson says, though I do confess, some have been harder to get rid of than others. I do advise that you do something about those jackalopes in specific. Keeping their numbers low was a pain. They breed like rabbits. Yes, because they're rabbits. Caraway. Yes, well, we'll do that then. For Caraway. Davidson. Well, it has been a delight talking to you, Dr. Caraway. I hope that you remember our bargain, and I very much look forward to talking to you again in the near future. When did we make a deal? And then it says end log, so it just ends the call. When did we make a deal? What? Wait, huh? What? We'll make a deal to not let the jackalopes breed too much? Yeah, we don't want that anyway. What? You know what, let's I can discuss with my command about potential lifting of those things if you give me some information. So he was like, I gave you some information, now lift the rules so I can make some more money, god damn it. I think that's what he think he did. Oh, anyway, it ends the log. I hope that you remember our bargain and very much look forward to talking to you again in the near future. So there should be more, but this is about where it ends. The closing statement is all we have left. And it says, Marcus Davidson has been labeled as POI 6968, identifying them as a Class B priority. No changes to SCP 6968 containment have been approved. So, yeah, you should have shook on it. You should have paid attention to the wording, Davidson. You're not a very good lawyer here. Fast talker, not good listener. What a silly. I'm glad we read. There wasn't much info on the poor little squonk, but I did like seeing a jackalope. That was fun. I don't know who the Katarina is. Was it the kitty that died? I hope it wasn't the kitty. This made me sad, the poor kitty. Okay, but there you go. That was 6968, and that was our reading tonight. I am going to read out to Nayuban, and I am sad to say I do not plan to be streaming tomorrow. I'll be messaging the schedule channel on my Discord to update. But yeah, I won't be doing that. I'm gonna be trying to fix some of my tech instead of streaming, basically. We're gonna see if I actually get anywhere. Because as some of you know, I had everything crash twice last night, and it's making me stressed out to even get that VOD up. So we'll see if that gets up. I think I have a plan, and I will bother Cage about that later. Can I piece of bread, please? It's my brain, Adon. I barely have enough brain. Are you kidding? No, please don't. It's all I have. I don't have much. I don't have much brain. It's so little. For real though, my brain is not cooperating lately. And this is why it is extra stressful that the tech was not cooperating. So yeah, I'm going to take tomorrow to work on it so that things are better. It does seem like this has gone better. I made a very little change with the settings, and hopefully it wasn't so much that it's bad quality tonight, but nobody complained. So I think it is better than what happened. There was, it seems, still inconsistent bitrate, but you know what? We didn't crash. And so maybe it's enough. I don't know. Let's hope things get better. I'm gonna try to work on it tomorrow. Thank you everybody so much that was here. Thank you for listening to my silly. Thanks for the recommendations for these SCPs. They're so silly and fun to read. I hope you enjoy me reading them for you. We're going to try and find Nayuban now in a second. Scrolly. Hi, Vi. I see you're still up. You're probably going to end soon. Yeah, but I look. Where is Nayuban? I thought Nayuban was in my... Where is... I guess not. We're going to have to fix that. Okay. Nayuban. You. We're going to go right over there. So let's get these raid messages running. Here's whoop. Oh, my freaking... There we go. You'll replace it with fake bread. But then I have a fake brain. That's only gonna be worse. I just saw that. Okay. Yes, I dropped that. Alright. Thanks so much, everybody. I will see you as soon as I can see you. Maybe I'll be able to pull off a random game stream instead of tomorrow's stream if I fix things. You know, maybe like Saturday in theory. I don't know. But alright. Let's go raid. Let's go hang out with Nayu Bun. Thank you so much, everybody. Eat well if you're off to eat. Let's go.